platforms like Foxclaws, AI-powered legal automation, Samur AI, AI-driven writing assistant, and NeoVox, a multilingual voice cloning engine. His focus on ethical AI development ensures that businesses can leverage AI-driven efficiencies while maintaining data security and privacy. A certified ethical hacker and certified computer hacking forensic investigator, Sriram places security and reliability at the core of all his technological initiatives. His expertise extends beyond product development as he actively supports early stage startups through NS Ventures, offering strategic mentorship, product development guidance, and go to market strategies. He also serves as a strategic advisor for Fuel Nexa, an IoT powered oil and gas retail solution, and as the EMEA regional expansion advisor for VoxGauge, a Singapore based AI driven voice analytics platform. In addition to his entrepreneurial ventures, Sriram has shared his knowledge as a visiting professor at PVG College and SP College, Pune, teaching functional programming, Python, and business intelligence. His passion for continuous learning and innovation is fueled by Einstein's philosophy: be curious, dare to imagine, and never stop questioning. So, we are truly privileged to have such a distinguished and visionary leader among us whose expertise and insights will undoubtedly inspire and enlighten us. Today, Mr. Sriram is going to talk about artificial intelligence in higher education, challenges, and opportunities. So, I request him to take the dais now. Please, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Rekha Joshi. It's always a privilege to be associated with PVG College. So I think and that was a wonderful introduction that was given that covers almost what I've been trying to do over the years. So without much ado, I think it'll be right on my part to get started with today's session. So in today's session, let's try to keep it a bit interactive. What I would be doing is I'll be sharing a presentation here where we would be touching a few points. I'm aware that this is a multidisciplinary audience that we have today from commerce, management, IT, and science. So it's not going to get too technical about AI. So let me just start off by sharing my screen. All right. So please let me know if you're able to see my screen. One of you can just. Can any person from the audience or from PVG staff can you please confirm?
Yes, Sriram, it's visible.
Great. Okay. So to start with, what I would like to do is I'd like to first set the agenda for today's session, where we'll be breaking this down into three parts. So first, we'll have a very quick introduction of what is AI, the common misconceptions of what we think is AI. And I'm not going to get too technical, as I said earlier, because I want to make sure that the audience are from a diverse background. So I want to make sure that everybody is inclined and happy to be part of this session and it doesn't get too boring for everyone. So let's start with what a typical AI system is. Then we'll get into the core of this particular session, which is what challenges AI brings to the higher education or the education sector, and then what opportunities we have because of the advent of AI, and see how we can mitigate the challenges and go further in life. So before we get started, I just want to ask a quick question. How many of you, by show of hands, if you can, probably even unmute yourself, or, if you can quickly put to the chat window, how many of you have used AI before ChatGPT? Whenever I ask anybody what is AI, most of them give me a very generic answer saying that I use ChatGPT. But can anyone tell me if you've used any AI before ChatGPT? I'll just look into the chat forum. We'll see. I'd like this session to be interactive. So students, please, I know it's after lunch. It might be a bit drowsy, but make sure to interact with me so that we keep the session, pretty interesting. All right. Okay. So most of us think that we have not used any AI system before ChatGPT, but I'll just quickly take you through a few systems to see whether this is AI or not. Okay. Let's start with one thing that we have almost used on a daily basis, which is Google Maps navigation. If you look at Google Maps navigation, we would have taken, route request, navigation request from point A to point B. We would have used Street View. We would have even used options where we would keep driving and we would take a wrong road and automatically the system reroutes by giving a different alternate route. So is that AI or not? How many of you think that this is AI powered? Correct. Thank you, Dr. Gaude. This is AI powered. So AI is not just about using ChatGPT or Gemini or Meta. It's about any system that can think on its own. Now, let's take a common example, another common example, which is almost today that everybody does that. We go to Swiggy, we place an order. Let's say our order is delayed, or we go to Zomato, place an order, our order is delayed. We quickly click on the help button, get a chat, and there is a bot that actually talks to us. There is a chat bot that takes decision on its own, tries to identify certain elements of it, and then gives you corrective action. Let's say there's an item missing in your order, automatically a refund is generated. So does this actually constitute as an AI? Yes, it still qualifies as an AI. Maybe it's a narrow AI where we call it as a narrow or a weak AI, which says that it has a very specific functionality to it, but still that also qualifies as an AI. The next one is pretty common nowadays as well. What we use as Google Assistant or Siri or Alexa. Is this AI? I think this is a very straightforward question. I don't even need to ask this. Everybody knows that all assistants are AI. But again, like we were saying for the previous one, it's a very narrow set of instructions that it can follow. Like this, we've been having numerous systems which have been using AI in the past as well as now. More common example is where you go to Facebook, you upload a photo, and the system says, do you want to tag this particular person? So it does identify, like you can see in the animation here, it does identify certain points in your face. It tries to create an image of you and then decides whether it is this person or not, which also qualifies as an AI. It has all been AI surrounding us, but most of us have the feeling that it's only ChatGPT that's actually made it as AI. So what has changed? What has changed between ChatGPT and today that we think that all these systems are actually not AI when you don't think about it? And suddenly when you put it into perspective and ask that question, we think that this is all AI. Can someone step up and tell me why we have that feeling that these systems we have not recognized as AI and now we feel that anything and everything that comes after ChatGPT seems to be something to do with AI? Anybody? This time, I think I'll take answers from the audience. I have a very standard set of respondents. I will see if I can get something from the audience. Yes, no, some answers.
Maybe Sriram, it was what we can say developed by human and maybe already implemented kind of thing that we have seen.
Correct. So predominantly what happens is we have the misconception that, or at least after ChatGPT, which got uh, too much media attention, we started getting the feeling that this is what AI is about. Because in most of the cases that we've been seeing, all these systems that we saw, whether it is Google, Assistant or the maps or probably even Google Earth for that matter, all that had AI, but it did not allow us to ask questions, or it did not give us the opportunity to think beyond the scope of that application. Just imagine we went to something like a Google Assistant and asked it for some question. All it used to do was it used to link to its search engine and give us relevant links or videos or URLs. The same way, if we go to, let's say, Google Maps, it could do all that rerouting, but restricted to only routes which are in the navigation scope. So ChatGPT was the first thing that actually revolutionized this, saying, you can ask me anything and I will give you an answer. So, but the common misconception was we were thinking that anything which answers only like a chat GPT is then considered to be an AI. So, for the sake of the diverse audience we have here, let's just take a very simple example of how an AI is actually identified. How can you tell whether a system is an AI or not? And there are different kinds of AI. We have a narrow AI, weak AIs, we have operation specific AI, then we have large language models. Then we have multimodal models. So, too many terminologies I know, but just to give you an understanding, a large language model is typically what we all call as a chat GPT or GPT, pre-trained model, where it will take an input, it has certain data associated with that. Based on that data, it will give you some output based on what context it has and what input or a question that you ask it. So any system, let's say, for example, we have a RAND function. For I'm taking the case of a RAND function because if it's commerce or management or IT, all of the students should be knowing that. Commerce students, typically you use RAND in Excel. Management students, you should know about RAND because you need to know how random occurrences happen and how to model for those kind of occurrences. IT, of course, any number generation algorithms that you're developing, to not have any kind of parity, we will have RAND functions. So let's take a RAND function. How does that become an intelligent system? Or let's take, for example, a map, a simple Google map. It is just a system. A map is something that just gives you data saying this place is this particular name, this particular latitude and longitude is this particular name. It's like an address system. So how does a map system evolve from being a simple map, whatever was there on paper, from a paper to a digital form, which we call as a system, to a system that's AI driven? How does it change? So any system, the moment this system has any kind of autonomy or self-decision or modification, it becomes a smart system. From a very generic, simple system, it becomes a smart system. So what is a smart system? Let's take a very simple example. There is a baby. The baby sees, let's say, a candle in which there's some fire burning. The moment the baby sees that, its instinct is to go and touch the particular fire from the candle. The moment it touches that, it burns its fingers. So that is actually the feedback that this baby actually gets from touching the fire. The moment the baby gets this feedback, it will refine its decision-making process without the intervention of a mother. Let's say, in a typical example, the moment the baby touches the fire, the mother will pull the baby back. But the next time, the baby actually takes the decision on its own to decide that it should not touch the fire, because if it touches the fire, it has already gotten one feedback which says it will hurt it. So that is autonomous decision making, where originally when it sees fire, it will try to go and touch it. But the next time when there is a feedback that says that it hurts, it will actually not touch it. That's what very commonly people say, that if there is fire, you probably tell the baby, don't go and touch the fire. It might still go and touch. The moment it hurts itself, it will automatically understand that it will hurt, and the next time it won't do. So that's based on experience. Whatever outcome we have from a previous input in technical terms, we take that, a previous output, feed it back to the system, and then make it an intelligent system where it says, okay, the last time it was like this. The next time when this is happening, I'm going to make sure that this does not affect the same way it affected me last time. Now, once we have a simple system to a smart system, which is an advanced control system or a rule engine. Let's say, for example, autopilot. In flights, we have autopilot. So autopilot is a kind of a smart system where it has a set of rules and instructions that it keeps following. Now, the next one, the moment human-like intelligence comes in, it becomes an artificially intelligent system. So let's say, what is an artificial intelligence system? Now the baby has touched fire. Now, the moment the baby touches fire, it sees not just a candle, it sees a fire burning somewhere else. There is another lamp where there is a fire. So the baby will now make that decision that, okay, this fire is not just from candles. This resembles the same fire that we saw in a candle. So we will not touch this. That's the command that the brain will give to the neurons or the body. So that's how it takes. Now, another example for this would be self-driving cars. So self-driving cars are, let's say, there's a car that goes, hits a bump, and it sees that there is a sensor that has got affected. The moment the car hits a bump, there is a sensor that says that, let's say, the pressure of the tire has dropped down. So the next time it visually sees a particular bump, it will decide to slow down and take action. So self and unsupervised. So there are three types of patterns that are identified. One is supervised. Again, taking the baby example or the car example. In a baby example, the mother or the father says, don't touch the fire. So that is a supervised input. In a car, you see a bump and you press on the brakes. That is a supervised input. Second one is self-intelligence. So where we feed data saying, if you see obstacles, then please make sure that you slow down. So that obstacle is a common term. It might be a speed breaker or it might be a bump in the road. So obstacle will be given as the input to the system. So the system will decide whether this particular object that is in front of it is an obstacle or not. So if it is an obstacle, like, say, for obstacles can be of different types. If it's a speed breaker, it will reduce the speed. If it's a bump, it will reduce the speed. Imagine the car is driving in a self mode and there is a cow or a small child that is playing on the road and it finds this as an obstacle. So it will not slow down, but it will slow and come to a halt. So here it will identify what kind of an obstacle it is and it will take that decision. Again, that is based on autonomy and self-decision. It will identify, so the human intelligence will identify the object. It will learn from the unstructured data and derive meaning. So obstacle is what we give. It will apply, saying that this obstacle has life, which means that life has to be respected. And then it will take an autonomous decision, saying that I will not hit this particular object of life and I will come to a halt. Now, the third thing that comes is, okay, I've got autonomous decision making, then I have intelligence. The third thing that comes is generalization and transfer learning. Now, think of it this way. Let's say you give a baby a spoon. The first time you give the baby a spoon with some food in a cup. The baby takes the spoon, takes some food in the spoon, puts it in its mouth. Now, this is basic learning. Now, what happens? You take the baby to a beach. Now, the baby is sitting in the sand. You give it a small shovel, which looks like a spoon. What the baby would try to do is, it will try to pick the mud using the spoon. Its natural instinct, based on previous knowledge, is if I take something with the spoon, I can take it to the mouth. That is the first time that the baby is, coming across sand. It will not have that data point to actually know whether it is an eatable or not. So its natural instinct, based on transfer learning, it will take the food and it will put it in its mouth. And the same way, it will take the sand, it will try to take the spoon to its mouth. That is where an external force will come into it, which is what we talk about again, self-supervised and some unsupervised, where the mother or the father would say that, no, this is not a consumable. So the next time when the baby is picking up sand, it will have another data point which will say that, no, you should not eat this. So it will just play with this. So now we have talked about simple systems. We have talked about self-decision making systems. Then we have also spoken about systems where transfer learning can apply. But this is all a good thing only, right? What is this that has an impact in this, say all this is there in one system. Let's say, for example, ChatGPT. So the moment I have one system which has all this, what exactly happens? What kind of knowledge burst we have there, and how are we going to handle that? To see this, let's just look into a very small video. I've tried to include captions so that people who are, not in front of a speaker or something, you can still look at the video and try to get a hang of what actually is. Let's just try to see what Sam Altman, the CEO of OpenAI, says in this particular video, where this particular interviewer asks Sam Altman about what revenue model they have for OpenAI. So, if you actually look at what Sam Altman says here, this particular person asks the interviewer actually asks Sam Altman, the CEO of OpenAI, saying what revenue model do they have for OpenAI? So he gives a very, I would say, a diplomatic and a smart answer, saying, "We have promised the investors that we will build this system, and the system will be so advanced that it will tell us how to generate revenue." So he is basically now, okay, before I try to summarize or go further, I want people from the commerce and management background here to tell me what trait you see in this particular person. So you ask him a question. Let's say you are a business investor. You invest money in Sam Altman's business, OpenAI, and he gives you this kind of an answer. So what is it that you derive from it, or what is it that you identify from it? Anybody? No? Okay. So typically what happens is any investor who's investing money in a company, let's say you have an idea, you come to me saying, Sriram, I want to start up a business. I have a very novel idea. I want to make sure that this hits the market because it's going to solve a very big problem for common man and it's going to generate profit as well. So I ask you, okay, fine. So give me a business plan. And you tell me that you don't have a business plan. The first thing that I expect from you as a business person or as an entrepreneur would be for you to tell me how you are going to make money. Whatever you've seen here in the video, it's typically a gimmick. It's a business gimmick just to, keep the audience engaged. But typically what happens is the person who is pitching the business should be the one who should give me the business return of investment plan. So here Sam Altman very conveniently says that he is going to ask AI itself to do it. But let's take this as an example and try to understand what exactly happens here. So Sam Altman, who's supposed to run this business, is actually saying, I don't care about the money that I'm going to invest in this. I'll just ask the system to tell me what exactly I need to build to make money out of this system. So effectively, what has happened here is Sam Altman has stopped thinking on his own as far as the business investment thought process is concerned. This is exactly what happens to us when we rely on AI in our day-to-day activities. Now, almost everybody today, I'm not going to, even put that question out there because I know that almost everybody uses AI on a daily basis. Have you all not got the feeling that it has made us lazy? Let's say you have an assignment to do. You have 3 days to do that assignment. How many of you pick it up on day one and start working on it? Most of us what we try to do is we try to push it to tomorrow, we try to push it to day after, because we have the confidence that there is one chat GPT that can help us complete this entire assignment in, say, 3 hours or 4 hours time. This laziness and this ability to think on our own being cut because of chat GPT is the biggest challenge that we are going to talk about, how AI has stepped into our classrooms and it's creating the biggest threat that we have not even thought of today. So I'll put this question back to you. Probably I can float a poll if it's possible. Let me quickly put a question. How many of you in the last 3 days or 5 days or in the last 10 days took the help of ChatGPT to do any assignment? Or, if you were submitting some research papers for this particular conference, how many of you used ChatGPT? It's okay. None of your teachers would be grading you bad for this. But the reason why I'm asking this question is I need to understand how many of you realize the potential downfall of using a system like ChatGPT has. So I definitely want one person who's willing to take almost every day. Jyoti Patil, is it okay if you can unmute yourself? I'd like to have a conversation with you. Ms. Jyoti Patil? Anybody else who's willing to have a conversation can ping. It's a very friendly conversation, no technical questions, nothing. It's not like an exam where you're going to be graded. Just to understand the pulse of students, I just want to put a couple of questions to you. Anybody who's willing to unmute?
Yes, sir. We are using almost
Almost every day, sir.
Correct. So, ma'am, so when you're using almost on a daily basis, how do you do fact checking on a daily basis? Okay. Let's say you ask it some question, it gives you some data. It gives you, let's say, 10 paragraphs of data. When was the last time you read all 10 paragraphs and then tried to filter it out saying, okay, this is correct. I have that feeling that this particular data point which ChatGPT has given me is wrong. How many of you have done that? If anybody, even if you want to send it to me as a direct message, you can send it to me as a direct message. How many of you have actually tried to go through and verify whether this is correct or not? Anybody who has gone through the process of verifying all paragraphs before you copy paste something into your assignment or thesis? I don't think so. The natural human instinct and behavior is that we trust ChatGPT 100%, thinking that whatever ChatGPT gives us, it is valid data because it's an AI and it cannot make mistakes. Anybody who has done a fact check and identified that it is wrong? Have you gone through something? Correct. As a teacher, ma'am, acceptable. You will validate it. But the question is, to what extent? To what? Yes, it does go wrong sometimes. So what happens is, for people who use ChatGPT on a daily basis, it's a very open question, not just for educational purposes, even for just fun questions. Asking it what you have 3 or 4 ingredients, what to make out of it. You can ask it a lot of questions. Just asking you a very simple question: have you heard of the word hallucination? As far as AI is concerned, hallucinations. I'm not asking the generic English meaning to it. Anybody know what hallucination is? Yes. The name is iPhone. Wow. Okay. The person who has responded to the name iPhone, yes, sir. Can you please tell me what hallucination is?
Composition scheme basically is like lower tax but to pay tax on the net amount, like the total turnover without getting any items.
What is today on Java?
Okay. So this living in your own thoughts. Okay, hallucination. Okay, let me come to hallucination. For people who don't know,
E-commerce operator shall not allow interstate supply.
yes, Nag Satvik.
बाकी इतने परसेंट से ज्यादा सर्विस रेस्टोरेंट सर्विस में ये नहीं होना चाहिए कुछ
Okay, Nag Satvik, can you mute yourself?
के लिए टैक्सेबिलिटी तो नहीं था
I think you're having a conversation in the background.
अगर कोई सप्लायर होगा उसका इनवर्ट सप्लाई इंटरस्टेट हो सकता है क्योंकि उसका आउटवर्ड सप्लाई इंटरस्टेट नहीं हो सकता दैट कंडीशन will remain constant वो चेंज नहीं होगा तो ई-कॉमर्स सप्लाई तू कर या मत कर
Okay, so I'm getting good answers right now. Ma'am, can you mute Nag Satvik? I think, yeah, thank you. Great.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. So I'm getting a couple of answers from Darshana, which says it seems real, but it is not real. An experience involving the apparent perception of something not present. Well, I think that itself came from ChatGPT. Person believed to be real, but it's not real. Correct. So it's a fragment of imagination where it actually doesn't exist in reality. Okay. So where exactly hallucination comes here? I will come to that point. Because hallucination is there, people tend to trust ChatGPT. I want to get to that point. But the challenge we are talking about is on a daily basis, you are using ChatGPT to generate almost everything that today, the word plagiarism is something that all students should know. Plagiarism is something at its all-time high today. Meaning, plagiarism is like somebody writes something, you take it from them and you write it. That's exactly what is happening with most thesis papers and research papers today. Today, research papers are being rejected left, right, and center because almost there is 65 to 70% overlap between two papers which are not even related to each other. Let's say I'm just take a very simple, naive example here. Let's say I'm writing an article about cricket, the sport. And let's say there's a biology or a science student who writes an article about cricket, which is the insect. There is an overlap between these two as well. Because people tend to just copy paste it where there are 29 to 30 paragraphs which you actually read through. And when you're running closer to time, there is 1 or 2 paragraphs which you copy and paste, which has that overlap to completely irrelevant subjects there. Okay. So this actually has a very big impact in the overall ecosystem of education. Now, why am I talking about this? For teachers, today's biggest problem is in identifying whether some content is written by ChatGPT or a Meta or a Mistral or a DeepSeek system, or whether it is actually studied by someone and written, on their own. So this plagiarism check has actually become the biggest problem across the globe. We'll try to address that today. But before we do that, what is the challenge that students face? So students have a lot of problems. Keeping the generic problems aside, the first thing that we are doing is we are actually feeding this shortcut mentality to ourselves. When I say ourselves, I'm trying to take the side of students here because obviously everybody learns on a daily basis. What we try to do is instead of actually learning something completely, we just give it as an input to ChatGPT and ask it to answer, or any AI for that matter. For the sake of convenience and simplicity, I'm addressing it as ChatGPT. Now, we just don't ask it questions that are necessary for us to ask. We actually get to the stage where we ask it everything, not just this particular, I have one particular query to ask. I will ask ChatGPT, I'll get that answer, and then I'll continue with my work. No, it doesn't work that way. We put everything to ChatGPT and ask it to give everything in paragraph. And then we copy that, put it to another window of ChatGPT and say, hey, this looks too much like AI written. Can you please make it like human written? In fact, it's gone to the extent that there is an AI that actually writes like a human, deliberately making grammatical mistakes, deliberately making, verb formation or word formation mistakes to make sure that it looks like an AI. Like a human. Now, we are actually depending on AI, thinking that it's helping us. But typically, what happens? Just think of it this way. You touch fire, okay? You don't learn anything. The next time you go, you will touch fire. If you don't understand why it's going to be a problem because you will think I touched fire with my left hand and I burnt my fingers. You think that because you touched it with your left hand, it burnt your fingers. So tomorrow, let's say you go with your right hand and touch the fire because you have not understood why you have burnt your finger. You just touched fire. So you just ask your mom, Mom, I touched fire, I burnt my finger. Your mom says, no problem, don't touch fire with your left hand, it's gone. So your brain will comprehend it saying, okay, if I touch it with my left hand, it is going to burn me. So then the next time you go and touch it with your right hand. This is what we call as misguided dependence, where you don't understand the answer that ChatGPT or any AI system or a large language model is giving. You think whatever it gives you is correct, and then you just go further without thinking. This causes the biggest problem that we as such are seeing today in people who are working for us. In our team, we have roughly around 14 people who rely on ChatGPT on a daily basis. We have classified that team separately and we've started asking them very primitive questions like how they will solve a problem. Let's say 10 people are there, 3 lifts are there. What is the best way to take them to the 50th floor and come back? We ask them simple questions. We ask them logical questions to see how their critical thinking is. Because today, everybody relies on ChatGPT and there is complete lack of critical thinking. If I ask someone a question, why did you write this logic in code? Or why do you want to give this particular data point here? Nobody has a proper answer for it. Because they've decided that this logic should be here because ChatGPT said it has to be here. That blind faith on AI should not be there. I'll give you an example as to why this blind faith should not be there. The fundamental reason why blind faith should not be there is what we discussed a couple of minutes back, which is hallucination. So what happens with hallucination is this AI model, which is the large language model, tries to generate something which actually is not relevant to what question was asked. So I think this was already highlighted by Honorable Prime Minister of India during the conference and the interview. You ask most, GPTs or large language models to generate an image of a person writing with their left hand. Okay, how many of you heard of this and tried it out? Anybody who tried it out? Go to an AI and ask it to generate an image of a person sitting in a table and writing with their left hand. Most AIs will generate an image with a person writing with their right hand only. Because that's the data it has been trained on. Okay, a very simple understanding of this is you have been told that your name is this particular name from day one. So you will believe that this is your name. Okay, let's take an example. So for the last 30 years, I've been told that my name is Sriram. So now I am under the assumption, or my brain is hardwired, that if anybody asks me a question, what is your name? I will answer that my name is Sriram. Now imagine I'm taking a brain refresh. Okay, think of it. It's a hypothetical situation. I get into a coma, I revive. Now I don't have the memory of who I am. Somebody tells me, my name is Sachin Tendulkar. So the next time someone asks me a question, what's your name? I say, I'm Sachin Tendulkar. Why am I saying that? To me, it is not wrong because all through the years, I had one data point which was erased. Now a new data point is fed to me. And now if someone asks me a question, I will answer based on that particular data point that is available to me. That might be wrong when someone has access to both the data points. So for example, let's say my parents know me as Sriram. So suddenly I wake up from a coma and they ask me what's my name and I say I'm Sachin Tendulkar. They know it is wrong. But let's say there's some person, let's pick a name from here. Okay, let's say Darshana itself asks me a question. What's your name? I say my name is Sachin. So she might think, okay, maybe his parents were a big fan of Sachin Tendulkar, so they named him Sachin. She will not know the truth behind it. That is what hallucination is about. Now, ground facts are different. Hallucination is where your output, the system, now in this case, my output is actually giving a different output than an expected output because my data set tells me this is the output I need to give. So in this case, hallucination, I'll give you one example which happened in real time where a lawyer actually lost his job. What actually happened was this particular lawyer used ChatGPT to frame his arguments, and those arguments were actually given in court, referencing certain cases which happened in the past. But on close introspection, it was identified that those cases did not even exist. It was something ChatGPT made up on its own. So you go ask something repetitively to ChatGPT, what happens is it will start making up fake data. It will start making up content. So whenever you ask ChatGPT, are you sure this is correct? Can you give me references? I'm sure many of you would have written your thesis or at least started to write a research paper where you would have also have to, have your sources listed and cited. So whenever you ask a question to ChatGPT, ask it for citations, it will start giving you fake citations. You try to go and search it on Research Scholar or Google Scholar. When you go and search, such an article or a research paper or a scientific journal or a publication might not even exist. So why does this happen? Because it does not have data there. It is trying to put it with fillers. So these are called hallucinations. So fillers which are put in place where actual data does not exist, that becomes hallucination. So for few people, hallucination is good. Now imagine I am using ChatGPT to write the storyline for a movie. There are no rights and wrongs there. There is no logic required. There is no fact-driven ecosystem there. So what goes into an art form as hallucination becomes a feature, and what goes into a non-art form or a logic-driven or a data point-driven system, that becomes a bug. So this is where you should bring in your critical thinking capability to identify whether this particular system that you are relying on for your decision making or for your, let's say, any data that you're going to propose, that whether it is correct or not. If you stop doing that, our intellect will drop so low that even the most fundamental things or primitive instincts that we need to have, we will actually lose out on. How many of you have heard of this? There's one very common thing that floats around the internet, which says we think we are smarter than most people, but we actually are not. I have a very strong feeling that some of you would have already seen this. There is a car example that's given about how car manuals were in the 1950s and 60s and how car manuals are there today. So has anybody heard about it? Hello. That's a trivial thing. So let me just actually show you and tell you what actually it is. Okay. So what happens is when our critical, addressing this point, when our critical thinking becomes low, as a nation, as a society, we actually fall. Okay. So a very good example for this is this, what you see on the left side here. This is an excerpt from a BMC, British Motor Corporation's vehicle handbook from 1960s. It says the valve clearance, rocker clearance, it should be checked and adjusted where necessary. Rocker arm is at least 0.12 inch and cold and all that stuff. Okay. This is something that I got from the internet where you tried to purchase this owner's manual and we took this excerpt. This particular document is an excerpt from Hyundai's website. You can go to Hyundai's website and look for owner's manual. And I think it's a Hyundai Nios or Nios i10, August 2023 issued document, which says windshield washer fluid. Windshield washer fluid is the liquid that comes onto your front glass and you use the wiper to clean the glass. The instruction is windshield washer fluid is poisonous to humans and animals. Do not drink. That is how much our intellectual capability has come down. from giving instructions, drawn instructions on how to replace valves, how to, rectify errors or, issues with your car on your own. We have come to the stage that there is a deliberate, explicit warning that's being put saying that do not drink the battery fluid or the washer fluid. If this is how we are going to progress as a society or nation, or in fact, for that matter, humanity as a whole, that's the biggest challenge AI has brought. Now, this has come in a stage where AI was not even there. So these manuals were written in the last 20, 30 years, and they are just being passed on from one model to another. From 90s itself, a lot of things have changed. Things have become too capitalist oriented, which we'll probably keep it for a different discussion. But what happens here is, without AI, let's say this manual was originally written somewhere in 2005 or 6, because those models are only being used even now. From that stage itself, we have come to that stage where we don't even know to identify what is good and bad. Whether or not to drink that washer fluid or not is something we don't know. Imagine what will happen to the next generation where they rely on AI for everything. Today, we rely on phone and Google for everything. Almost 50% of our intellectual capability has come down because we rely on, Google to give us most of the answers. And now with the advent of AI, almost everything, most people have stopped using Google, and even searching for content, people start doing it there. I myself have searched for a lot of memes, which I want to share with my friends, saying there was some meme that I came across this, can you just find that? It automatically looks it up and gives me. So every day, the way in which we consume data has become different. The way in which we learn has also become different. And with AI, our intellectual capability should not go down. Now, these are the common effects that it has. So think of it as a cyclic effect. Let's say what happens, we have 3 lakh students who come out from engineering colleges on a yearly basis from India. So these 3 lakh students, imagine all of them have done their exams, cracked their exams, or tried to learn and do everything using AI. Come tomorrow to define what your day-to-day living is going to be. Just imagine the quality that we have. Now, it's not just about that. There are also certain scenarios which we need to consider in terms of society. Now, let's say you have access to ChatGPT, I have access to ChatGPT. In fact, I have access to certain things that you might not have access to. I have a server room in which I have ChatGPT, Meta, and DeepSeek running in my office. Now, you might not have access to that. Let's just say, take a very simple example. You and me are trying to run for a race. Okay. You, in the sense, I'm trying to, address each one of you here. So imagine each one is running a race against another one person, and we are all running a race in which I have a head start with a system where I can break the system by 100 meters. You are all running 500 meters, where for you to cover that 100 meters is going to take 3 minutes or 4 minutes. Let's say all of you are driving a Maruti 800. I sit with a Ferrari and I'm driving. So I have a very huge competitive advantage in learning better things or achieving my target much faster than any one of you can. That is what ChatGPT actually, or not just ChatGPT, AI actually does to a society. So what happens here is, number one, we spoke about the quality decline. Let's keep that for there. Crippled society and national progress is also impacted, which we will come, it's a cyclic effect. I'll come to that. Educational divide. Think of people, let's say, think of some person who's sitting in some remote village, which is around 60 or let's say 100 kilometers from Satara, or 100 kilometers from Alibag. Alibag itself is like 150, 60, 160 kilometers away from Pune. But still from there, on the coastal side, towards Goa, somewhere in the middle, a rural area is there. There is a school there. Some child is trying to learn. You have access to ChatGPT. You have access to AI. Now, you are able to learn with all the modern facilities you have here. How will that particular student cope up with you? You will have access to, let's say, I can afford, let's say, a $10 premium subscription to the latest version of ChatGPT to write my research paper. You don't have access to that $10 per month model. So how are we going to be equally treated? Now, I have access to all this and I'm going for a job interview. I prepare for a job interview basis what I've learned with AI. But you are going to learn without the knowledge of having AI there. So how are you going to handle it? So all this brings us to one question as to what is the decline or what is the cost of having an AI here? Okay. But before that, we'll just talk about these two things which I'm actually very concerned or worried about. When quality of content declines, the quality of output also declines here. So if you look at this particular statistics, I'm not going to bore you too much with it. I'll just try to run through this. These are the number of scientific publications that each country has published year on year. This is from 1996 to 2023. Okay, I'll just show you. It's a very short infographic. Just see how it has progressed. So if you look at it, let me play it out again. If you look at it, India's progress has been very minimal, but the number of papers that are coming out of China and US seem to be extraordinarily high. Because today, till date, we are using all tools available with us just to pass. The quality of outcome has actually dropped over the years. What people used to study 20 years back, their knowledge set is far, far more than what knowledge set we as this generation have. Now, if you also look at this, the number of documents that we have, documents in this cases, scientific publications that we have done is extremely high compared to other countries. Okay. There are around 200 countries which are there on the map, and we are in the top 5 and 6. Okay. Which is actually a good thing. But compared to what population we have to equate us not with China, saying we have equal population. We have to equate us against US, where the population is a fragment of what we have in India, but still they are miles ahead of us in publishing papers. And today we are sitting here and relying on AI to write our research papers. But having said all this, I'm not trying to say that the education sector or AI is actually bad or it's not a foe for the ecosystem. Okay, there are actually a lot of things that AI bring to us, which is what I want to talk here. The opportunities that it has, because opportunities are far more than the challenges that we face. Parities will be there. We will have to, like how parities were there in the past and how reservation came into existence and try to bridge the gap. People will evolve, systems will evolve. Government will come with normalization techniques to make sure that the impact of AI is not much. But AI, whether it is going to affect us completely or it is actually going to be a good value add. Let's just see one small video here, which is the latest video of the Honorable Prime Minister of India, Shri Narendra Modi. There was a recent interview by Mr. Lex Friedman. Just see this. I'll just play it out for you.
Summit, France. In it, you spoke about the talent pool for AI engineers in India. I think it's probably one of the biggest pools of brilliant engineers in the world. So how can India become the leader in the space of AI? Currently, it lags behind the United States. What does it take for India to start winning and leading the world in AI? एक बात आप शायद ज्यादा लगेगी, हो सकता है किसी को बुरा भी लगे। जब आपने पूछा है तो अभी मेरे मन में से निकल रहा है, मैं कहना चाहता हूँ, no matter what the world does with AI, it will remain incomplete without India. I'm making this statement very.
So if you actually listen to this particular video, I'll probably put this entire video link, which is available on YouTube. You can probably go there and try it yourself. If you look at it, I just tried to pick a excerpt out of that. You go to YouTube, okay? You can actually go and select what language you have here. Audio track would be available in Hindi, Latin, English, which is, by conversation, which is there. And you can select which language is being done. So what these people have done here at 11 Labs is they have tried to mimic the Prime Minister's voice in such a way that it feels like he's naturally talking in English. Okay, he's actually talking in Hindi, but AI has actually mimicked his voice in English. So just imagine you have thousands of books which are available in different languages which we don't even understand. And if we get the ability to get all those books transcribed in our own language and we can learn from that, I think that is the pinnacle of AI. That is where the biggest opportunity of AI lies in. So just imagine today we are sitting in a system where Japanese technology is, you don't need any advertisement saying that Japanese technology is the best. There can be hundreds of companies which talk about saying quality first, quality first, quality first. But still, if anybody gives you a Chinese product and a Japanese product, hands down, you will take the Japanese product without second thought. The reason why you would take that is the quality is over a period of time, that's the legacy that they've created. Now imagine you have a Japanese engineer who's going to come and teach you how to fabricate a particular silicon board or a circuit, or a person who is, let's say, for example, Ramanujam existed today. Okay, Ramanujam is from South India. He speaks native language as Tamil. Okay, and you don't know the language Tamil. Just imagine Ramanujam could talk to you in Hindi or Marathi and explain the concepts of mathematics in your own language. How good would that be? Instead of having a translator. It's always a pleasure to see a movie that's in Marathi, if your native mother tongue is Marathi, than seeing a movie in English and seeing subtitles in Marathi. So that is exactly what AI has done today. Anything that you have, you can transcribe the content for, in any language of your choice. Now, so speaking of opportunities, we spoke about certain challenges there. So what is the opportunity? There is an infinite amount of opportunity in front of you. There are no language barriers today. Let's say you are sitting in a class and I ask you a question. Now you are seeing that I'd like to take a real-time example. I asked a question. There were a few of you who pinged me in private. You sent me as direct messages as part of this Zoom call itself. You could have directly messaged on the portal or as a public chat. You sent it to me directly, thinking that if it is wrong, you don't want people to think that you gave a wrong answer. But imagine there is an assistant that is not going to judge you at all. You can keep asking it questions. Imagine you are sitting in a classroom. Just think of it. These are all very simple problems that we can solve. You have a session of 30 minutes. Let's say one classroom session is for, let's say, 30 minutes or 50 minutes, for example. There are 30 students. Each person asks one question, which goes for around 1 minute. The teacher patiently answers each question for 1 minute. So you will ask a question for 1 minute. The teacher will answer for 1 minute. So 30 students are there, 60 minutes is gone. So the teacher would not be able to teach more content on that particular day. But imagine you get your core questions answered, and then there is an AI to which you can ask all these questions and it can teach you. Not the way you are doing right now with ChatGPT, but in a way where your teacher is also involved in the process. So you ask a question, ChatGPT or your AI assistant tries to give you an answer, and your teacher is also augmenting that answer. That's number one. Now imagine this case. You have let's say you are studying mathematics, statistical modeling, and then you go to commerce. You see there is an opportunity in your commerce subjects, let's say accounting, where you can use a statistical model to solve some problem which people are doing in a very bad manner today. You just want to evaluate to see whether you can build something out of it, or you can try to prototype it, or even at least ask a question whether this is right or not. So that system, your AI, will enable you to do that. Now let's think one step beyond this. Okay. Imagine there is one topic you understand very well in physics, or one topic you understand very well in computer science. Let's say data structures. And then you go to a different chapter which you don't understand at all. You will be in a very good position to identify, your teacher would be in a very good position to identify which one you are, your particular strength is in. So not everybody, that's one of the biggest differences that I've seen in the education system between India and US. I have a cousin of mine who's around 14 years old. He has an encyclopedia, a physical book, which spans around 600 pages, in which all the animals, flora, fauna is all listed there pictographically. Now, his teacher saw that he has an interest towards that, and they actually made him to pick a particular subject to enhance his interest in that. And today, as a 14-year-old, he goes to 3 to 4 museums to understand how dinosaurs evolved over time. Now, identifying that was possible. That is 1 in a million case. Not every teacher would be able to identify every student like that. Each student, you have to interact with the teacher. You have to constantly ask questions. You have to do a lot of interaction for the teachers to understand you. They are more than willing to identify you, but you have to take that step. But if you are shy, if you are hesitant, they will not be able to identify you. So now what happens? There can be an AI assistant for the teacher, which can actually try to identify what your strength is. Now, if 3 or 4 people have a common strength, they can be clubbed together. 3 or 4 have a common weakness, they can be clubbed together and given additional training to make sure that they learn better. For someone who has already understood the concept, he or she can move on to the next subject. And for someone who is lagging behind on that concept, but has a better understanding of a different concept, can actually take the help of an AI augmented with the teacher's input and then learn better. So AI is not just something that's going to help you write your homework. We have to evolve from that stage where we are using AI to be like a personal assistant to write content for you. It should not be a content creator for you. It should be a thinking partner for you. That's exactly how AI has to be. You have to think, and AI has to enable you to do the work. AI should not do the work for you. Imagine this. You wake up in the morning, or let's say, for example, you go to the gym. There's a gym trainer who's there. Your gym trainer says, come on, lift 20 kgs, 30 kgs. You give it to somebody else and they lift it. What happens? They build a better body. You just sit there looking at them that they've built a better body. That is exactly what happens with AI. The more questions or the more content you give to it, the AI becomes far more intelligent, but your intelligence actually diminishes. So how can we break that? It's already available in the big wide world or the ether or whatever you want to call it as there. In the internet, every AI system is available for you to run it on your own. That's why they call AI is free and democratized. And you have to use AI to help you think better. You should not use AI to create free time for you to do the lazy stuff or the unwanted stuff. That's how AI has to help you build opportunity. And when I say AI is free and democratized, you can run an AI inside your own laptop. I have Meta installed on my laptop. I have DeepSeek installed on my servers. And AI has come to that stage where if you have a Raspberry Pi is a small device in the size of this particular phone. That also can run an AI in it. So I'll probably, if you want to do that as a session, I can probably share links on how you can do that. So AI today is, when I say democratized and free, you can set it up in your own system. You don't need to have internet. You don't need to have anything. You can make sure that you learn or, you take your AI companion with you and think with the AI instead of doing the AI, do all the thinking. So because we have a diverse crowd today, let's try to see what kind of opportunities, AI can create. For commerce students, let's say you are working as an accountant for a particular company. You join in as a accountant in a particular company. So you can identify where money leaks. You can identify where people are trying to skim or scam the company. You can try to identify trends and patterns. For example, if somebody is making a particular expense claim, and after that, there is a bigger claim from a different person for a similar amount, but not the same amount, AI would be able to help you in identifying the pattern. And if you see that towards the end of every month, if someone is making a claim, you know that there is a particular pattern to it. Identifying patterns, identifying fraud, all that in the commerce domain, you'll be able to do using AI. Why I'm saying you'll be able to do using AI is, just imagine, let's take another example, stock market. You have data from 1993, 1994 to actually process and decide whether a stock is good or not. But how many of us even do that? We can afford to do something where we lose our own money. That is not acceptable, but still it is fine. But imagine you are sitting in a company as a finance advisor and you need to analyze this data. For you to write a mathematical model to actually analyze this data is going to be too huge. You might not even like maths. But if you don't like maths and you are in commerce, you are in the wrong domain. That's for a different discussion. But just imagine it this way. You want to create a mathematical model. And this system will help you build that model without you having to know any technology platforms or coding languages. That is an opportunity for you. You can build something. You know there is a way to identify this. You can build it. You can again monetize it and make money out of it. You become an entrepreneur of your own. Come to the management side. Let's say you are a strategic consulting guy or a girl sitting for an organization. You want to define what kind of a strategy it has to take. Now, I'd like to refer back to what Sam Altman actually said. Sam Altman did not have any kind of revenue model associated with AI, with ChatGPT. So the moment that question was posed to him, he had a very simple answer. I'll build a system that's a genius of itself. I'll ask it how to make money. So the system can analyze trends. It will say, no, SaaS market is going down right now, or let's say a restaurant market is going down in this region. So it will not be wise on you to invest here, or let's say don't invest in petrol kind of companies. Try to diversify with investments in EV market or something like that based on trends here. So again, the decision making has to be yours. The data collection and giving you that input should be from an AI. Now, coming to the IT and science background. Just to give you an example, last week I was bored. I had around a day and a half time. And I just took the help of an AI and built a complete chess game. Now, that chess game runs on my phone. And that chess game actually gives me an option to try something. I'm trying to build something called as a 16 cross 16 chessboard. It has 3 options in it. So you have an 8 cross 8, 12 cross 12, and 16 cross 16. That was my imagination that I took. What if there is no hard and fast rule that a chessboard has to be only 8 cross 8? You can build something 12 cross 12 if you can set the logic, if you can actually set the rules, if you can actually keep it in a way that you can normalize it and say that these are the rules, this is how I want to run it, this is how I want the system to behave. You can decide how a system has to behave. And all that building I did in one day. I did not go for any paid versions of artificial intelligence tools. I just used a free tool which was available on the internet. I downloaded it. I started interacting with it. I started giving it inputs. I made it refine the logic. And then whatever I gave, I tested it. I refined it through further inputs. And then I had an app. Now, imagine you are a guy who has a very good understanding of databases. But you want to build something where you don't know how to build it as a mobile app, or you don't know how to build it as a web app. You don't need to understand all that and do today. You can be good at what you are doing. You can have good logic understanding. And with a good conversation skill, you can actually build the entire app free of cost. So there is no particular system or no particular AI that's going to replace you. I'd like to take side with Mr. Narayan Murthy, who says that AI will not replace humans. 20 years before, when computers came in, everybody said that computers will replace humans. My parents were working in bank and they were all like, oh, after computers came in, I think we'll all lose our jobs and we'll sit at home. Today, banks are still there, computers are still there, people are still there. So AI is not going to replace you, but businesses will replace you. You will not be an employee in a company if you are not able to understand AI and work with AI. And if you're an entrepreneur, let's say you don't want to work, you want to start your own business, you will not want people who don't know AI. The reason why you will not want them is with AI support, I can build something as fast as 1 day, 2 days, where if I don't have AI support, I'll have to build it in weeks' time. So now there is a competitor for me who will say, I'll build this system for you in 3 days. And I cannot go to a client and say, I'll build it in 10 days. I'll have to keep up with the pace. If I don't keep up with the pace, I will still be in a Maruti Alto where everybody else will have a Lamborghini and a Ferrari and they'll be moving ahead. So with AI, like I was saying, the chess application, which I was saying, your imagination is actually the limit. Humans have evolved over time with imagination as their limit. When man saw the bird, he actually tried to create the airplane. He tried to mimic how the aerodynamics of a bird work, and then he created the airplane. When man started hearing echo, he tried to actually create the radio. When he was able to understand that sound bounces back and you can listen to it, he decided that he can leverage on that using sound waves to reflect and then transmit them. And when man thought that he had created everything and he wanted to create the ultimate intelligence system on earth, which is the human brain, he tried and created AI. But that AI cannot do anything on its own because AI needs someone who can power it. You can have a Ferrari in your home, you can have a Lamborghini in your home. If you don't sit in the driver's seat and if you don't drive it, it is just a piece of metal sitting in the garage. Your imagination is the limit, and it all depends on what you are going to create. So, like the intro went there, like my favorite person, Albert Einstein, says, be curious, dare to imagine, and create something that the world has never seen. Questions. I take questions now. I know it's been a one-side conversation that was happening. I'll take questions.
Sriram, are you going to be there for next 20 minutes? We'll have the questions later on. First,
No questions?
am I audible, Sriram?
Snehal has unmuted herself, so I know there are no more questions.
Am I audible, Sriram? Sriram, am I audible?
Yes, ma'am. Now, yes.
Okay. Are you going to be there in the meeting for next 20 minutes?
Yes,
Actually,
ma'am, I'll be.
another guest is waiting.
Yes,
So
ma'am.
let's hear him and then we'll have the question.
Sure, ma'am. Sure, I'm available. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for this insightful session on the evolving role of AI in education, highlighting its challenges and opportunities. It was eye-opening to learn how AI supports our work while also impacting our critical thinking abilities, emphasizing the importance of being informed and responsible user. Now, I request Ms. Pranjal Tharte, Madam, to introduce our session chair, Dr. Gaur Gopal Banik, Sir, from Guwahati University, Assam. Please, Madam.
Good afternoon, everyone. A very warm welcome to all of you. I, Pranjal Tharte, with great pride and immense pleasure, I am honored of introducing our chief guest and a keynote speaker, Dr. Gaur Gopal Banik. He is an associate professor in the Department of Accountancy at Guwahati Commerce College. He has also served Deputy Director of the Institute of Distance and Open Learning at Guwahati University. His qualifications include M.Com, MA English, Nipun in Vocal Music, LLB, ICWA Intermediate, and PhD. He is a recognized PhD guide. Under his guidance, 6 research scholars are pursuing their PhD and 7 research scholars are completed their PhD. He has presented research at national and international seminars and also published several research papers. Apart from the academics, Dr. Banik is passionate about music, yoga, bodybuilding, and motivational speaking. He has represented India in international bodybuilding competition and has been invited to international conferences in Singapore and Thailand. Dr. Banik has received multiple awards, including the Best Paper Awards at the 8th International Gita Seminar in 2023, Best Teacher and Researcher Award in Accountancy in 2024, and the Research Excellence Awards in Chhattisgarh in 2024. Now, let us welcome Dr. Gaur Gopal Banik, sir, as we are look forward to an enlightening and engaging session.
Open the video because it is closed. Video. Am I audible? Am I audible, madam? Can you open my video? Start my video. I cannot do it. Okay. So just give me few seconds just to start my, yeah. Just make sure that my screen is visible, madam. Madam, my screen is visible or not?
Yes, sir, it's visible.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. Lakshmi Ballabha Ballabha Dinanatha Padmanabha Ballabha. After listening this, most respected principal sir, Dr. Sanjay Gaikwad sir, will be asking Dr. Gandharv Nitwe sir and Mrs. Rekha Joshi, whom have you invited for these types of international conference to speak? He has tried to sing. Respected dignitaries, dear participants joining this conference from India and other countries, I'll tell you why I started this way. Most respected Principal Sir Gaikwad sir, respected Dr. Gandharv Nitwe sir, the coordinator of this conference, who has not only invited me, but also inspired me to talk, how to talk. And he has asked me to remember that this is post-lunch session. I express my heartiest thanks to conference coordinator, Mrs. Rekha Joshi, madam, and all the organizers. I'll not take much time. If I take, because time is very less here, if still I have crossed the limit, anyone can just tell me. I'll finish in 10-15 minutes. I think that will be okay because another session is there. But if I've taken too much of time, please, you can tell me. The conference organizers have meticulously organized this function. It's a dignified organization, disciplined, and there is efficient time management. Thank you very much. And now I have to tell you why I have started this session with a little bit of singing. See, I have sang one line from Tokaram, Sant Tokaram, who is well known in the country and abroad, especially Maharashtra. He's from Maharashtra. I have sang one line from his, from his Abhang. There's lots of Abhang. He's a 500 years back, he wrote these Abhangs. And if I tell you, this is the first line of the Abhang, and towards the end, if you go, you'll find this way, Tuka manhe bhoge, something like that. So what does it mean? Toka manhe means Toka says. Toka says. In most of the Abhangs, you'll be finding the name of Toka, something Tokaram, Toka manhe. And similarly, you think of Kabir Bhajana. This and the ending, you'll be finding Kahat Kabir Suno Bhai Sadhu. You'll be finding Tulasi Das Kahe. You'll be finding Shora Das Prabhu, something like that. And lots of examples like that the earlier poets, the ancient poets and saints used to write their names at the end of their composition. Maybe I'm thinking this is the point why they write, because that intellectual work property may not be snatched or be written or copied by other person. Maybe I'm thinking this way. That's why that was the point why people used to write their name at the end, so that the lyrics remains this way and the name of the poet is carried away this way. Maybe I'm thinking it is connected with my topic today. And I must say about just one or two, yes, about my earlier speaker, Sriram Natarajan sir. Sir has meticulously presented AI, and he has said that where AI should be used and where AI should not be used. It was highly insightful, informative presentation. And next stage after this, I'm starting, so I'll be trying to connect the topic with mine. So this is connected with this ancient points, connected with my topic. You see, I'm going to deal with intellectual property right. Intellectual property right is not something which has started very recently. It is, there is a history, hundreds and thousands of back. Yeah, I've said that ancient poets, they have used how to protect their property, how they are having right. Similarly, the intellectual property seems to legal rights, that creations of mind. Intellectual property comes out the ideas of mind. This is not physical property. This is intellectual property. This is, intangible. Physical property is tangible, intellectual property is intangible. So here it includes intellectual property, it includes invention, literary, artistic work, design, symbols, names, etc., etc. The concept has a long history, and in ancient time, there was in Greece, the sculptures and potters used to make some sign in their creation so that it can be identified as done by them only. So this is connected with some intellectual property right. In medieval age, trade guilds began to establish certain rules. And, in AI, not intellectual property, a historical background, Statute of Ain, 1710, since then, it is going on that there should be some right over the creations by the creator. And the first modern copyright law is in 1710. In England, there was the granted authors exclusive right to publish their works for a certain period, so that work done by one person cannot be written in some other person's name, another person cannot claim it. Think of patent law. In USA, it was in 1790 patent law was passed, and just turn it opposite, reverse it, to 1917 Patent Act was passed in India. And in 15th century, it was there was, I'm saying very slowly, 7-8 minutes I have to finish out since as per the schedule. So very briefly, I'll cover up these things. And there are lots of international treaties, because everybody has understood that intellectual property of one person should not be used or should not be snatched away by another person. In 19th and 20th century, these acts have been passed: Paris Convention and protection of industrial property, Berne Convention and protection of literary artistic work. If you suppose you have made a video and then put in Bollywood song or any song and put it in YouTube or in Facebook, you'll find it is identified as the word comes with copyright. If it is less than 1 minute, the copyright doesn't come, but more than 1 minute, there's question of copyright. This copyright comes, and even connected to the AI, as Sriram Sir said, is connected to the AI. So these things, this copyright and other intellectual properties, I am just touching very fast here. In 20th century, historical background, 20th century, what happened? World Intellectual Property Organization, WIPO, was established in 1967 to give justice, to give right to the creators of the work which they have done, and so that it cannot be taken away from others. At present, when you say intellectual property right, these things comes. These are segregations. So what are these? Patent, copyright, trademark, trade secret, geographical indication. These things have come. And AI is, I've been asked to connect AI and IPR. So AI is playing a crucial role in fostering the innovation, creativity, and economic growth. When I listened to Sriram sir, one thing came to my mind about he said about some baby. He's given a beautiful example. So I'm also remembering one story. One small boy, he was very much curious and wanted to see God. He went to a priest. He said, "Priest, I'll give you one apple if you can show me where God is." The priest answered, "I'll give you two apples if you can tell me where God is not." So that means God is everywhere. The print meant that. Priest say that. Similarly, where AI is not there, AI is everywhere. AI is there, as beautifully, meticulously explained by our Sriram sir. See, intangible asset and tangible asset, what does it mean? Yeah, intellectual property is intangible, and other property, physical property, is tangible. Just take me 30 seconds to clarify this point. Tangible means something you can see, touch, smell, having weight, something like that. Intangible things are not having weight, no shape, no color, no smell, but not existenceless. If you compare between, suppose, building and something, copyright, something like that in music. So intelligent building is having shape, weight, color, everything. But intangible property or IPR is not having anything. Colorless, shapeless, but not existenceless. So it is having existence, so it is a property. Features are there. Creativity, intellectual property, always for creativity. And in the age of AI, what Sriram sir has dealt with, and even Abhijit sir dealt with in the morning regarding AI, and other historical person told about what is AI. This is the, is the age of AI. And when there is an age of AI, the most important thing is IPR. Here I wrote a line today while listening to all the other speakers. I've written a line. You may support or not support, I don't know, but I have written a statement here. I'm reading out. Without IPR, AI is blind. Without intellectual property right, artificial intelligence is blind. And without artificial intelligence, intellectual property right is lame. Because AI is giving lots of creation, lots of invention, lots of, intelligence, whatever say, as explained by Sriram sir. And it is, it may be blind somewhere. We're copying, and one person's work is used by another person. All these things are there. Music by one person, done by another person. All these things are there. And who will put the things in order? It is IPR. So IPR is very, very relevant in the age of artificial intelligence. So creativity, legal right. In case of IPR, there's a legal right. You have written a book and some other person cannot copy it. Suppose sir said you have written a research paper based on all, taking from ChatGPT or internet. But this material might have been belonging to some other person. So it will be detected by, again, plagiarism and other things. So there'll be a problem. So there comes the importance of IPR. Let me go a bit first. Features of IPR is global relevance. IPR and AI both are having global relevance. There's a cultural impact is there, and there's a most important thing is ethical consideration. Today in the morning, in the opening session, Dr. Rajesh Dubey sir, Director UGC MTC, he talked about ethics. Ethics is absolutely important in everything, in AI and in IPR. If it is not there, then the world will be misguided. And as Sriram sir said, that our future generation will be at a problem. You've seen how research papers, how many research papers we are doing and how much research paper US and China are doing. So types of RPR. If it is patent, no, patent is a right over the invention of something. So suppose you have invented something, so you will be registering it in patent and it will be for 20 years after the filing. No other person can use it. If any other person can use it, he has to pay you money. That is about patent. Different types of patents are there: utility patent, design patent, plant patent, importance of patent. These things are dealt with. Again, copyright. Suppose literature, then research paper, then music, film, software, all these intellectual property. If other person has used without permission, then there will be question of copyright. Copyright will be come to protect. So this is the time is their life of the creator plus additional 70 years. Normally, this is the briefly how many years copyright will be there. So a person has written something, so on that thing there will be copyright, and copyright will be up to the time when that person lives, and after that additional 70 years. So this is about copyright, and after that it will be coming to public domain. A trademark, same thing. Trademark, it can last for, you don't know how many years. It depends on the particular case. Trade secret, it lasts, yes, secret is kept confidential. These are all related to business companies. Industrial design, typical for 10 to 25 years. So whenever has designed something for dresses, for shoe, or for anything, that design, that person is having right on that design, intellectual property right, and other person cannot use it without paying him, without his permission. So this protection is given by IPR. And for that, different types of acts are there. Is geographical indication. For example, suppose Assam tea or Eri and Muga silk of Assam. And in different states in India, we'll find it refers to a product of a particular geographical location. So it is also intellectual property right, so that that area can develop. And role, what does intellectual property right do exactly? It protects creators, it encourages more investment, and it helps in job creation, intellectual property right. Because suppose I have invented something and ultimately my name is not there, some other person's name is there, he using it in his own name, what will happen? I'll lose all interest. So innovation, invention, all these things will go off if IPR is not there. But if IPR is there, it will have some economic growth also. It will help technology transfer. If IPR is there, it will encourage quality and standard also, and supporting research and development. Suppose IPR is not there, then research paper one is made. Sriram sir said about writing thesis or writing research paper or making homework about students and research scholars. What will happen? Suppose everything is done by ChatGPT or everything is done by Gemini or other things. Then where will be the research going on, actually research? It will be that PhD research made by AI. So the degree should be given to AI, not the person who has done PhD. Certificate will be given. So intellectual property will be coming there as a safeguard, and it will be supporting research and development. Cultural and creative industry, same thing can be done here. Global trade and collaboration, same thing. Relevance of IPR in the context of AI. The rapid development, rapid advancement of AI, and here lies the most important, relevance of IPR. It protects innovation, addresses ownership issue. And one more thing, very interesting, ownership issue. Suppose AI has created, AI is everywhere, it can create anything. So something has been created by AI. Who is the owner? That's a question. One may be AI, another may be the creator, and then maybe the developer, another may be the beneficiary. So there's a challenge. Who is the owner? So ownership issues are there. AI can benefit share equally. AI wants that this benefit should be shared equally between inventors, creators, and the society. So AI will be there and IPR will be there. One cannot be thought without the other. So let me go first. And ownership issues is a very important issue. Developer, user, I have already told. IPR encourages investment in research. If these things are genuine research is there, then research fund, even government will be investing there. Even companies Every company has a research and development department, R&D department. They'll be investing only if research is genuine. And licensing agreements, standard development, and navigating AI ethics. Even AI can help in ethics, and IPR can also maintain ethics. And countering infringement. Infringement means one person's creation has been used by another person. So that is a legal issue will be there, and IPR can help it. And global perspective, and this is the issue. These are the issues. Issues is complex. What issue? This is last. I'm taking 2-3 minutes because I remember the times constraint. You see, simply, my participants may tell me, yes, sir, instead of saying all these things, just be to the point. AI is good or bad for IPR, or IPR is good or bad for AI. Just see very simply, very in a concise way. Here, I have written a concise way. See, issue is complex. Whether AI is good or bad, issue is very, very complex. Directly, one cannot say. Impact is multifaceted, and implications are both negative and positive. And positive impact of AI on IPR, enhanced enforcement. Suppose AI is not there, then no creation is there, no invention is there. What will be the meaning and importance of IPI? AI has to be there. And if AI is there, IPR is not there, who will control? So both are important. These are the positive impacts: improved management, creativity, innovation, predictive analysis. And negative points: content generation. There's a negative point, content generation. Suppose something has been generated, some music has been generated, or some written, invention has been done by AI. Who will be the owner? Who will be the, then infringement risk. When there's infringement, stealing, you can say stealing, there's a challenge. And extending monopoly. There may be that some companies have invented something and there will be monopoly of that company only if there's too much of restriction. Because after all, whatever result comes out of research and development must be shared by the society also. Difficulty in tracing originality. This is a challenge. Difficulty in tracing originality, and ethical and legal concerns are there. And these are the points. I'll be ending up now. These are the points the research scholars and the students can work on these things, especially when there's a relation between IPR and AI. Crucial study areas: how inventions and AI are connected, how patent and AI are connected, how copyright at the age of AI, how ownership issues. All these things are can be forming research areas. And invention and AI, this way connected. You see. And I've tried something, just 1 more minute. AI in tool for inventors, automation of design, data analysis, all these things, AI can help. AI generated invention, creation, and patentability. And the last slide, ethical and legal consideration. Actually, Sriram sir has already dealt with all these things. There is one part is programmer, other is user of AI, other is AI itself. Who is the owner? And collaboration, human and AI, this is the best route that AI, even Sriram sir said. Only AI if you depend and who is to use and who is not to use, what is to be used AI or not to be used. These are the questions. The best solution is AI should be there, and humans, brain and AI should be collaborated and connected. Some real world stories. And thank you very much for listening, for giving patient hearing to my speech. And thank you very much. Thank you, everybody. Thank you. Is it madam?
Yes.
Have I completed too early? I've seen the time.
No.
No, I have
No,
seen
sir.
your time. I've seen your schedule also. I've seen your schedule.
Yes. Actually, we have some questions.
Yes.
Sriram sir, are you there? Okay.
Yes, ma'am. I'm available. I was on mute. Sorry.
Okay, there was a question in chat box from one of the participants that you said the critical analysis capability has been declined and there is
Correct.
educational quality. But it has to be taken care not only in the higher education. So how
No,
this
no,
problem? Yeah.
Okay. So it's a very valid point, ma'am. Okay. So what happens here is, okay. Ma'am. Yeah. So what happens here is, ma'am, at the higher education level is what we need to address it from a critical standpoint. The reason why we are saying that higher education is where we need to address it in terms of criticality is, just imagine there is let's say a 10th standard or 11th standard student is actually using AI to learn something. There, it maximum stops with the process that they are doing an assignment just to just for their homework purpose. Their maximum it is going to be in solving equations or maybe one math problem which is available, how to solve a particular theorem or something like that. But more so it evolves around understanding concepts because it's very primitive in nature. But as an ecosystem, education to business, I'm trying to link education with business. The reason why I'm saying that is where growth happens. When education and business, try to converge at one point, that is where industries evolve. Just imagine this way: 50 years before, whatever was the GDP of India, today we are multifold, we are ahead of it. The reason why we are ahead of it is we have been learning a lot in the last 50 years. Now, compare this with China. China, somewhere around 8 years before itself, they started using AI in their curricula. Like whoever raised that question, they started putting it in their primitive stage of education itself, like fifth grade, sixth grade. The reason why they tried to do that was they wanted to identify the strength and weakness. So when I say teachers, for teachers, AI can work in identifying their potential, the student's potential strength or weakness. It happens at every stage. Okay. Maturity comes only when we start asking questions, not just for a person, even for AI, it is that way. The stage when we ask most number of questions is typically should be the stage where we are defining our path of progress, which typically happens in higher education, because an 8th standard boy or girl might say, I want to become an astronaut. I want to become a doctor. I want to become a scientist. But over time, we evolve and we decide, I want to take this as a career path. But it is at that point when you decide where you want to learn in detail. So till 10th standard, I learn everything. It's like setting the foundation for me to survive. Till 11th and 12th is where I take the first step, deciding, okay, my career has to go in this line. Now, after that, when I get to the higher education stage, like college, graduate, undergraduate, or post-graduation, I decide my next 10 or 15 years. Now, that is where I start contributing to the economy. Till I'm in class 12, I'm being paid, I'm actually paying fees to learn something. At college also, I am paying fees to learn something. But the moment I step out of college into work, that is where I'm learning, but I'm being paid for learning. And at that stage, I also contribute to the economy. Even if I'm earning, let's say, 3 lakh per annum, there is some ecosystem contribution that I do. At this stage, if I become obsolete, my employability is at stake. Till 10th standard or 12th standard, whatever I learn, it is for me to get to this undergraduate level. Their maturity levels are low. From here is what the 18 to 24 is where I forge the path of my career, and that is where I start contributing to the economy. That's why I personally feel higher education is where we have to focus more on, because whatever you learn till 10th and 12th, it doesn't contribute. Anything that you have learned there is only the foundation. From 12th only, your research work actually starts, which is pretty low in India. Research as such is very low in India, but that is where you actually set the tone for your life. And that is where you decide how you are also going to contribute to the economy. It's a little big picture, but that's how the system works.
Thank you, Sriram. You are right. From maturity point of view, it should be included in the higher education. That's true. Okay, over to you, Snehal.
Thank you, Shri Ram sir. Dr. Banik sir, we are deeply grateful to you for sharing your expertise on the topic navigating the future IPR in the age of AI. Your thought-provoking guidance has provided a comprehensive understanding of the critical role of intellectual property rights in the AI-driven world, along with the valuable insights into both the positive and negative impacts of AI on IPR. Thank you, sir. To conclude this session, I now invite Mrs. Jyoti Patil, Madam, to deliver the vote of thanks. Please, Madam.
Good afternoon, everyone. I, Assistant Professor Jyoti Patil, presents the vote of thanks on behalf of the entire organizing committee of this at PVG's College of Science and Commerce. First and foremost, I would like to extend our sincere gratitude to Honorable Shri Ram Nataranjan Sir for being with us today as our extreme resource person. His vast experience across 200 plus financial instruments and platforms like F Insignia and F in Tuple has had a profound impact on the tech and finance sectors. His dedication to nurturing startups and his advisory roles with Fuel Nexa and VoxGauge are truly inspiring. His commitment to ethical, secure, and innovative solution sets a high benchmark in the industry. Sir, as you said, ChatGPT is really a powerful tool for students as well as others. But excessive use may reduce students' cognitive efforts and resulting in poor memory. Sir, the wealth of knowledge you shared with us has broadened our understanding and inspired all of us to explore new avenues in our respective fields. We are immensely grateful for the time and efforts you took to be with us today and impart your expertise. Thank you for being a part of this conference and making it a memorable one. Next, I would like to express our profound acknowledgement to our session chair, Honorable Dr. Gaur Gopal Banik. We are truly grateful to Dr. Banik sir for taking his time to be with us today. His impressive academic background and diverse expertise in accountancy, music, yoga, and more have been a source of inspiration for all of us. Sir, your guidance and leadership throughout the session have been invaluable. Your thoughtful moderation and keen observations have added tremendous value to our discussion today. Dr. Banik sir's vast contribution to academia, his role as a PhD guide, and his frequent presence as a speaker at seminars and webinars have enriched many. We sincerely appreciate his valuable insights and the knowledge he has shared with us today. Thank you, sir. Once again, thank you all for being a part of this enriching experience. Have a wonderful day ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam. We now move on to our final session of the day, Technical Session 4. To begin, I invite Mr. Siddhant Kandagale sir, Head Animation Department, to introduce our esteemed resource person, Dr. Ranjit Patil sir, BOS Computer Science, Savitribai Phule, Pune University. Please, sir.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. Myself, Siddhant Prakash Kandagale. It is my privilege to introduce our esteemed guest speaker, Dr. Ranjit Patil sir. He is a distinguished academician with the over 25 years experience in the field of teaching. He has earned his PhD from the University of Pune in 2013 and is an recognized PhD guide in the subject of computer application and statistics. Currently, he serves as the in-charge principal of Dr. D.Y. Patil College, Pimpri, and hold position of Dean at School of Liberal Arts of Dr. D.Y. Patil Gnan Prasad University. Dr. Ranjit Patil sir has played a pivotal role in shaping academic policy in curriculum through various leadership positions. He has served as the chairman of the Board of Studies in Computer Science at Savitribai Phule Pune University, a member of the Academic Council at SPPU, and BOS member at multiple colleges. His research contribution are notable, having received funding from the SPPU from the major minor project. The title, The Study, Analyze and Measure Broadband in Mobile Communication, with grants of 1 lakh rupees from SPPU and 4 lakh rupees from ICSSR from the title Aadhaar Card for Sustainable Development of Local Government for the state of Maharashtra. With his vast academic expertise and administrative experience, Dr. Ranjit Patil sir is continuing to play the vital role of advanced education, research, and institutional development. We are honored to have Dr. Ranjit Patil sir with us, who will share his perspective on how is the AI is transform individual lives. The topic is emergence of artificial intelligence and its implication of the life of an individual. Now I welcome Dr. Ranjit Patil sir to share his knowledge with us. Welcome, sir.
Thank you very much. First of all, I congratulate PVG College. I hope I am audible.
Yes, sir. You're audible.
First of all, I congratulate PVG College for taking this initiative and organizing this online international conference. I'm very much thankful to principal, vice principal, coordinator, and all the faculty members for inviting me, giving this opportunity. Today, I think from morning, you people are listening to various topics, moreover towards AI, its impact in overall market, overall society, what sort of applications are coming up. So today, along with me, I invite my colleague, Dr. Shibani Kulkarni Madam also. Within this 1 hour session, we are going to give you some sort of demonstrations on some of the tools. Shibani Madam, please, are you there?
So am I audible?
Yes, yes. Just upload the PPT, ma'am.
Yes, I will share. Is the screen visible?
Yeah. Yes, go to next slide.
So is this okay or?
Yeah. I think today from morning you people might have heard a lot about AI. So I'll really not go into that detailed definition on anything about the AI, because now everybody know AI has really become a part of our day-to-day life, because artificial intelligence and artificial intelligence based applications or tools, each and every individual, whether he is from computers, whether he is from commerce, whether he is from management, or whether he is from medicine, I think the overall impact what AI has really made on number of application all of us have already witnessed. And even in the coming year, it is expected that AI is definitely going to even play the further crucial role by again taking over number of the areas in the market. Next slide, ma'am. Whenever we talk about AI, I think here it might be a mixed crowd wherein some technical as well as non-technical students might be there. But whenever we talk about AI, I think along with AI, few terminologies we always hear. AI, machine learning, deep learning. Now, first question arises: is this AI is really the new, or it was there in the market quite early? I think AI is really not a new to us as such, because the inception of AI has taken quite early, but somehow the usage of AI or those applications was not that much in the initial phase. Now, so many applications they have started coming up on the basis of AI. That is why now we feel the AI has taken over or something, but it's not something new. We all of us know AI has already there from the beginning. Now, when we talk about the machine learning or a deep learning, are they the something different, or are they a part of the AI? This AI is like it's a vast field. Now, whenever we want to actually come up at the implementation level, then where we can actually bring AI into the action. At that time, first and foremost area comes is like a machine learning, wherein we make the machines intelligent, we make the devices intelligence, and that's why the robots, or even in the medical field, as we have already started hearing, the robotic surgeries are taking place, or even some sort of automatic retina checking is been taking place. Some sort of even furthermore advanced things has now become some sort of a simple due to the certain thing, because all those machines been trained with some sort of AI based algorithms, and due to this now this AI has become a part of it, and on the basis of it those machines started really supporting us. Now, when we talk about the further implementation of it, then when the question arises about the writing up a code and all other, then the role of our deep learning comes into the picture. So that's why when we considered deep learning, machine learning, AI, so are they something different, or are they a part of it? Then I think we automatically get the answers. Yes, all together they are like subsets or the supersets of each other, and likewise they try to work. Next, ma'am. Now, in this way, I think we able to say it. AI 1950s itself, AI has actually come up in a market. Then in 1980s, machine learning based uh, algorithms started getting it evolved. Deep learning in 2010, we started hearing about the deep learning, and now in 2020s, now we are talking something about generative AI and all those algorithms. Now, we'll really not go into the advantages and disadvantages, because I think from morning you people are listening for the various sessions by various experts. So I hope now you know what are the advantages as well as the disadvantages of the AI. Now, what I'll do today, as it is going to be the last session, I think. So directly now we'll try to go to the some of the AI based tools. Ma'am, just
Yes, sir.
showcase those tools.
Sir, can I continue with the evolution part so that we can come to the generative AI and then we
Yeah,
can
you
go
can.
to the
You
tool.
can. You can.
Yeah. Uh, First of all, good afternoon to all the dignitaries present over here, and I thank Principal and the management of PVG College of Science and Commerce for this opportunity. I thank Dr. Ranjit Patil sir, Principal Dr. D.Y. Patil ACS College, for giving me this platform to present for this session. Now, as Sir told about the evolution of AI is not at all new. In 1950s, AI came into existence, but it was not known to many people. And then we must be knowing about the Lisp and Prolog languages, programming languages. So these were the predecessors, and then something came like expert systems around now 1980s, and then it just hit the masses. And then after the advent of COVID, machine learning and deep learning, we started using them exponentially as the data started growing exponentially. So machine learning emphasizes on the learning pattern. Like in case of programming, we do the coding, and if we want some changes to be made, we again have to manipulate the code and then check for the outcome. But in case of machine, we try to emphasize on the learning pattern, that is the training. So if we try to feed more amount of data to the machine, then obviously we can have more trained and good sort of predictions could be made by the machine. So we just need to come up with we need to check upon the overfitting and the underfitting problem. That is, the data should not be overfed to the machine, or it should not be very less. So, and it also talks about the pattern predictions. Like if I give the machine a pattern of square, circle, triangle, then it could generally predict what could be the next pattern in the series. Sometimes it is also capable of predicting outliers within a particular pattern, and that is very much useful in cyber security to find out unethical or sometimes unethical manner in which the machines are being used. So this is the thin line of difference that we can have between AI, ML, and then comes deep learning, where we have networks like uh, some hidden layers are there, and in that those hidden layers, the actual behavior of the layers could not be predicted sometimes, because it stimulates in some way the human brain, and hence we cannot fully understand the working. Because even if you give some questions to the human brain, it is not it doesn't happen always that the human brain will typically answer in the similar way to all the inputs that are being given. And then comes the generative AI, which is what we are seeing everywhere today. That is, chat GPT, chatbots, and everything is being used on a very large scale in today's world. So, to come up with generative AI, we have foundational models, like we have the LLM model, large language model is there, and then we have the audio and video models are also there. So these models are used to create deep fakes. These models are used to create deep fakes. For example, you can take a person's voice and you can recreate that. So it can be useful in entertainment and parodies, like comic or some humorous style of writing could be used with these deep fake model. But the only thing is, it should not be used otherwise. Sometimes it could be manipulated. Someone's voice could be misused, or there should not be some misuse of the voices. So that is the only disadvantage that we could have. Now, moving to the next slide, advantages and disadvantages. As Sir said, we can skip on to this. And then we come on to the applications of AI. So going through the applications in short, there are applications in education industry. As we see, it has been influenced by humans. The mandatory, the very monotonous tasks which are there, uh, which are to be done by the teachers, could be done by artificial intelligent AI. That is, it has got vision and motion. which are the very prominent features of human beings also. So that part of AI is reflected by the stream of robotics. That is, it can be applied to transporting the commodities. So mundane tasks, the routine tasks could be very well taken care of by the robotics. And also we can have inventory control. In healthcare also, just now as sir gave the example of the retina diagnosis and all, and in most of the medical equipments, the artificial intelligence is used in on a very large scale. In agriculture, we can detect the nutrient imbalances in the soil, and you can determine whether there is unnecessary growing of anything, weeds, for example. So computer vision, robotics, and machine learning technologies could be very well used over here. Again, in gaming, we have very good applications of AI. Banking industry, finance, and manufacturing, everywhere. Now, there is a short video which I would like to just play to brief the applications of this AI. I hope the video is visible. Yes, is the video visible? Hello?
Crop monitoring. Crop monitoring involves the use of AI-powered sensors, drones, and satellites to monitor crop health, soil quality, and moisture levels. This technology can provide farmers with real-time data on crop growth and help them identify any issues before they become major problems. By monitoring crop health, farmers can take proactive steps to prevent crop damage and ensure a healthy harvest.
Google Cloud launched an AI-powered anti-money laundering solution called Anti-Money Laundering AI. Its AI algorithms analyze massive transaction data in real time, identify and prevent fraudulent activities, create customer risk scores, and provide investigation details for further review through dynamic feedback loops. HSBC benefited tremendously from the solution. Upon integrating it into their banking operations, the company saw alert improvements in risk detection, operational cost effectiveness, and regulatory compliance. Besides, their alert volumes decreased by over 60%, which signifies the efficiency in preventing fraudulent activities.
Magic School AI is a tool built specifically for teachers. Need a lesson plan in a pinch? Magic School can generate standards-aligned lessons, activities, and even email drafts to parents. It's like having a virtual assistant who understands the unique challenges of teaching. And we all know we teachers will take whatever assistance we can get, right? AI tool number 2 is DIFIT. Ever wanted to tailor reading materials to different ability levels? That's where DIFIT shines. This AI tool can adapt text for your students' reading levels in seconds. It's perfect for differentiated instruction, ensuring every learner gets material suited to their needs. So, if your classroom is filled with students at differing levels, DIFIT is for you. So give it a try.
AI is changing medicine is by assisting with diagnosing and treating patients. Misdiagnosing a disease happens relatively infrequently, but it can occur due to factors such as physician fatigue, errors in diagnostic modalities, or limited resources in underprivileged areas. While the idea of AI taking over disease diagnosis may sound alarming, we should view it as a supportive tool for physicians. For example, the convolutional neural network, or CNN, is a diagnostic modality that can analyze thousands of images from public datasets and patient medical records to identify patterns, enabling them to quickly and accurately diagnose diseases. Researchers recently used CNNs to diagnose Kawasaki disease, or KD, an inflammatory disease of the blood vessels in children that can prove fatal if left untreated.
At its core, AI in game development uses machine learning algorithms to automate processes, enhance graphics, and, most intriguingly, generate content. This goes beyond procedural generation, a technique used in games like Minecraft or No Man's Sky where algorithms generate terrains or levels based on predefined rules. AI, powered by neural networks and vast data sets, creates entire ecosystems, characters, and narratives that evolve dynamically.
Real-time data of performance and quality. The data collected from the machines are used to create a set of performance indicators. This enables data-driven root cause analysis of scrap and downtime. Data science provides a proactive and responsive approach to machine maintenance and optimization. This improves productivity and reduces downtime. The creation of a predictive model that monitors machine performance and downtime can then be used to predict the type of yield improvement, the impact of external changes, scrap reduction, and quality. Preventive maintenance and fault prediction. AI can analyze data from various sensors and equipments to predict when maintenance is needed. This can help identify problems before they occur and reduce the risk of unexpected downtime.
Yes, so we have. Yes, am I audible? Hello? Am I audible? Yes, so these are the applications of AI that we have just seen. Now moving ahead, am I audible? Can anyone tell me?
Yes, ma'am, you are audible.
Okay, thank you. Now moving ahead with the tools, I will just show one of the AI tool over here. There are various tools that we could use. Now here I am taking Chat GPT, and now here 11 labs is one of the tool we are trying to fetch information about this 11 labs. Now this is the information that I have got. Now we will take one more tool, that is the gamma tool. This gamma tool helps us in generating good amount of presentations, PPTs. When I go to this, I will just go for presentations. I click on the presentations, and there I create a new presentation. These are the options that we have. You can generate a total new, or you can import a file and paste it over here. I select the option of pasting in the text. So whatever information we got over here about 11 labs, I just select this, I copy this, and I post it here. I paste it here. Okay. Now I would want the presentation PPT to be made for this. So I continue with the presentation. Then I can have on the left hand side, you can see there are text content option is there. So I need to generate, and I can specify the amount of text, brief, medium or detailed. So I keep on to medium, and then I again continue with it. If I want any kind of images, those images could also be AI images I can have in that. So all those options have been posted over here, and then I can just move on. I can continue with the presentations. Then I need to select on the theme. By default, you can have certain themes. I just select any one, and then I select on generate. So this is how the PPT gets generated within few seconds for whatever topic you have. Just see this whole content that we copied for 11 labs. This gamma tool helped us in generating the PPT for it. And now if I want to save this PPT, I select on this option and I select to export. I go to export. I can have these formats, whether I want it to export in PDF, export to PowerPoint, or all the Google Slides or anything. So I export to PowerPoint. And see here, it is getting downloaded. It has been downloaded over here, and the PPT is generated. And this PPT also gets attached to your mailbox. Just see, the PPT is ready. So this is how the tools could be used. Many other tools are there, like these are the AI tools which I have mentioned. A combination of these could be used in generating PPT and various other formats. We can just ask students to go through these tools, and in various ways these could be used. So this was the demonstration for one of the tools. Now moving ahead, this is the AI tool for chatbot creation, that is the dialog flow tool. For this, again, I move on to this site dialog flow, and then here already I have an account for the dialog flow. For the new user, what is to be done is these are the steps which are to be followed. I will just go through. The very first thing is you need to go to the Dialogflow website console, and then you need to sign in and create your own console for it. Here I already have the one, so I will just move there. Now I hope you are able to see this dialog flow. What is to be done is we create a new agent. Okay, so here we can have an option of creating new agent or intents. Now already I have an agent that is being created. Now what I do is I move to the sub part, that is intents. I am creating a new intent, altogether a new intent. Okay, so here I need to just give the name for the intent, and then I can create one. Now, if I see, you can see that here two intents are being seen, that is default fallback intent and default welcome intent. So, a default fallback intent is something where the question is not given and you can get a response. And here a welcome intent, that is by default you can have a welcome intent over here. Now, if I move to create intent, I need to just type an intent name. So I am typing over here example 1. This is my intent. Okay. Now what I do is I need to give a expression. So if I say I want to set an appointment for 4 p.m. And I just enter this. So here we get the date and time option. I need to add the response here over here. That is in the response text. I will add the response. Yes, appointment has been set. And if I just copy the date and time option over here, let's see what happens. Okay, I do it and I save this. Okay, now here itself I can try, that is I can just check whether I get the response if I type this particular question. In the try it now box, I am pasting this question, and if I enter, what I get here is time. Can you see this? The appointment has been set for 16 hours. Okay. Now, another thing is if I take one more intent, a new intent over here, and if I just say scheduler, and then I say set an appointment. Set. When I say set an appointment, and if I want to use these action parameters could be used by default. That is, this is filling the slot. That is, if I say I want this required parameters, then I need to enter the date over here, because I am not telling in my appointment setting which type of appointment I want. Means I have not mentioned the date and time over there. So I am setting it over here. That is date and then I enter the entity over here, like you can see here, just that is for filling the slot. I can say just date, and then I can add the system date, and enter the value. And here I can define the prompt. Then would you like the appointment. To be set. Okay, so this is the prompt that we have. Likewise, we can add one more action parameter over here. Suppose I say new parameter. Again, I need to click on the required field. I type in time because the date and time is not given in my question itself. I have not stated that. So this is the default way that we can ask the users to give the date and time. And then I enter the value over here for $time. And again, I need to define the prompt, that is set at appointment at what time. Okay. So this is what is done over here. And now if I want to check this, I can just copy this question over here and I just check. I need to first save it. So here date and time, which we are going to take it from the user. So it is at least working. Now what we will do is, if we want to integrate this, what we do is we go into the integrations. We go to the integrations. In integrations, we go move on to web demo. We enable this and then we click on this particular link, the link that we get. And then if I ask the same question here, set an appointment, which we had taken over here. So it will ask me at what time, suppose 4 p.m. and on which date. So this is how it could be created, it could be integrated with the schedulers that we can have. So this was a small example, a small demo on how the slot filling and schedulers could be made in a form of chatbot. So these are the examples. Like just to summarize, what we do is we create our own account. First of all, if you don't have an account, you need to create one. Then we go to the create agent dialog box. Now, in my case, it was already there, but when you log in for the first time, you will get one. So create agent. Then we move on to this. These all are the appointment scheduler. That is, this is the intent name which I typed in as appointment scheduler. And then we move on to the create button to create the intent. Now, this is what I talked about, that is default fallback intent and default welcome intent. So default fallback intent is if I just type in hi, then it will give me a response. Okay, or even if I don't type in anything, I will get a default welcome intent, that how could I help you. So these are the intents that greets you. Welcome intent greets the users and fallback intent catches all the questions that your board doesn't understand. Just to give you one example, suppose we move on to this. If I just type it over here, hi. So I get a default response. I hope you can see this. Hi, how are you doing? So I have not given any kind of response. I have not added the training parameter or anything, but I get a default response. So these are the default responses that I have. If I just move, check on this default fallback intent, see, these are the text responses that are already there in the chatbot. So even if you don't give the fallback intent, these are the default ones, and these are set alternatively if you use try to use them. I hope it is clear. Moving back to the summary part. So yes, so default fallback and welcome intent. This is what we had seen just now. Then in case of creating a new intent, as I told you, this name is to be given, intent name, and then we go to the training phase. We click on this add training phases, and then these questions are to be added. Whatever you want the chatbot to be trained in for the questions, those questions are to be set over here in the training phase. Okay, and then we move on to this parameter options. That is, once I type in any question over here, I get these parameters set automatically. For example, if I say I would like to set an appointment for 3 p.m. on Tuesday, so it obviously takes the date and the time parameter. Here also it will take it in the same way. And then action parameters, these are some things which you don't need to set for a text and response. But if you want to go for a slot filling option, now here I have added a couple of responses for this one. These questions which I had set, I had added the responses over here. And then see, this is how the agent looks like, that set an appointment for 4 p.m. on Thursday. If I give this particular question, the default response is yes, on this particular date, this particular time, you will be, the appointment has been set. And this is something which we saw just now, that is slot filling. That is, slot filling is something that is, if I just say ki I want to set an appointment, I have not given the time, I have not given the date, then I need to fill in the action and the parameters. I need to give it to the bot, chatbot, the timing and the date. So for that, I need to give the parameter name, I need to set the value, and I also need to set the prompt. That is, what time, what date. These slot filling options are there, and then click save, and then I move to the integration option. That is, Dialogflow provides many types of integration for your chatbot. Now here there is a web user interface. So just now I told you how to integrate. Go to the web demo, enable it, and then you get a URL link, and then from there you can just play, and you will get this kind of scheduler or example, whatever you have set. So this is about the chatbot applications in short. Moving on to the conclusion of this. So these were some of the AI tools which I just now demonstrated over here. So what I would like to conclude, the impact on individual is something like AI is changing the way we live in our lives. We can see the students around us, they are already using chatbot, they are already using chat GPT. They may not be very proficient in English language or anything, but they are capable enough to give quite good presentations, and at least prepare good presentations, and they are very good on catching up information and presenting it in a good way. But somewhere the knowledge content is missing, and they are not, the learning part is missing among the students, so we really need to take care of it. Then some of the benefits of AI are that it can take on repetitive tasks. So obviously we can rely on AI for the repetitive task, mundane task, routine task, wherein there are possibilities that errors could be made by, because human nature is there. If you try to ask someone to do the same task again and again, there is a lot of scope for errors. So this can be very well handled by AI. So that is a positive aspect. So there will be always positive and negative impacts on the society as artificial intelligence continues to transform the world we live in. However, it is upon us that how we can balance AI and human brain. Somehow it should be like, it is a challenge that AI should not overpower human brain. And the challenge ahead is to achieve control on artificial intelligence and not to allow artificial intelligence driven technologies to rule us. In today's common picture is everywhere we can find students and even people around us looking 24/7 into the mobile phone. So it is a part of addiction that has been that we can see, but it should be taken in a positive stride. And if we take it in a positive way, I feel, or everyone would be agreed upon this, that it will make a difference. And we should take AI technology in an optimistic manner and should strive hard to take maximum benefit of AI, and should also educate the upcoming generation to use it optimistically. Now already we have seen कि if these kind of tools like presentations जो 2 minute में अभी we have just created the presentation. So if students become just rely on these, then they will never learn to create their own presentations, or write an application in their own words. So this is something which is alarming and which should be taken care of. Otherwise, if we reap on to the positive benefits of AI, they are definitely good. So the foundation models that we have just seen for the generative AI, they have definitely changed the adoption curve. To understand which AI model fits in today is the most is the biggest challenge that I feel. And we should make sure that we can reap in the benefits from all this technological advancements. So that's it from my side. Thank you very much once again. I thank the management of PVG College. I thank Dr. Ranjit Patil sir. I thank all the dignitaries present over here for the online conference, and I thank all the participants for this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ranjit Patil sir and Dr. Shibani Kulkarni madam for their invaluable guidance during the insightful and informative session on the topic emergence of AI and its implications on the life of an individual, with the focus on its application in various fields. The session also shed light on the implementation of tools such as Dialogflow and Gamma in real-world situations. Now, I request Mr. Nikhil Khandwe sir to introduce our session chair, Dr. Anil Dadas sir, Vice Principal and IQAC Coordinator, Dahibadi College, Satara. Please, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Good evening, everyone. I'm Nikhil Khandwe. I'm welcome to all. It is my honor to introduce your guest of honor, Dr. Anil Dadas. He is a highly experienced English professor with over 23 years of teaching at the undergraduate level and 14 years at the postgraduate level. He is currently the head of the English department at the Dahibadi College and also serves as the coordinator of IQAC. Dr. Dadas sir specializes in English writing in English. He has published many research papers, work on UGC Upload project, and contribute as an editor for the academic journals. We are fortunate to have such a respected personality with us today. Now I invite Dr. Dadas sir to share his thought and guide us. Please, sir.
Thank you very much. At the very outset, I congratulate the whole team of organizers, and I feel very happy as the respect and honor given by, firstly, Dr. S.M. Gaikwad, principal of the college, who personally spoke to me and invited for this event. Similarly, I'm very much thankful to Dr. Rekha Joshi, Vice Principal and Convener of this conference, who took continuous efforts to make the event successful. And then it's my responsibility to turn to my student, Dr. Gnanadev Nitwe, who has such a kind of background that I cannot speak, but I may purposely mention that he is the product of Earn and Learn scheme, and his speciality is that when he wants to do anything else, he left no stone unturned to achieve the success. Such kind of happy-go-lucky person or fellow whom I have to give respect, and I am here as a chairperson for this session. Really, I want to mention that I attended many conferences and seminars, both online and offline, as well as I organized national and international conferences in a remote area like Dehwadi. But such kind of one day and very, very busy scheduled conference I haven't seen somewhere. Why? This is the speciality. And now one more thing I want to mention, that here I saw the features, that is I come across the different thing, that is the people who are working as a team. And I saw from the beginning there is a teamwork as well as qualities of leaders and leadership also. So for online system or online organization of any event, there are so many problems, but you people tried your level best, because I am with you from the inaugural function till this time. So once again, I congratulate the whole team of organizers. Now, as Dr. Ranjit Patil rightly pointed out, AI is possible in all the fields. But before this, I want to congratulate once again the team. More than 250 papers to be presented in this conference after this session, and more than 800 registrations are with you. Such kind of huge bulk is with you, and this is not happening without teamwork and the leaders of this team. So as Dr. Ranjit Patil rightly pointed out, the use of AI is possible in any field. When we say AI, that is artificial intelligence, not new in India, at least, I think. So in India, AI was earlier, even when we take the examples of the Ramayana and the Mahabharata, we have the use of AI this way or that way. Then if I quote the example of the death of Sant Tukaram, even my one friend, chairperson, rightly pointed out, Tuka says, now what happened with Tukaram? Tukaram, especially his departure to heaven with body. This is once again one way of creativity, or say use of AI, though it is annoying thing, we have to consider it as one example. As we from early in the morning to up to this time, many people pointed out AI is possible in every field of life or every field of work also. Here, even we saw many advantages and disadvantages of AI. Though we have some advantages and disadvantages, we all are aware of the advantages and disadvantages, as a coin has two sides, and we have to accept both the sides. When we think about advantages, immediate and objective feedback we can get from AI, that is timely and specific. Then another thing is that there is no possibility of partiality. It means, as earlier Kulkarni ma'am rightly pointed out, more balanced things are possible. Then it is a complementary strength for we people. Then it increases efficiency or scalability of people like us. So when we consider AI, if we have proper integration of AI as a tool, if I say a promising tool, or more than that, a valuable tool, as Kulkarni ma'am rightly pointed out, ChatGPT is a tool. I consider AI as an umbrella term for different tools, and somebody raised the question, if we get the list of tools usually under AI, it is very important. So if I say if there is a proper integration of AI in, for example, language learning, being the teacher of a language, I want to mention that if we use it in a proper way, how it is useful. It is useful for adaptive language learning experiences. For example, it is useful for pronunciation practices. Now, there are so many people and they have the different varieties of English. Broadly speaking, we have American English, we have Indian English, we have British English. Though the varieties are there, what sort of or what the pronunciation is right one, we people can learn with the help of AI. Then another thing is that automated grammar and vocabulary exercises. So if you want to make a proper use of grammar and vocabulary, because sometimes people are using wrong words at wrong places, and it is not good for the progress or development of anyone's personality. Overall, when I think about AI, I like to mention that AI should AI should be considered as a supplement or complementary in nature to traditional teaching teaching learning process. It cannot be the alternative. It is a supplement or it is a complementary in nature to traditional teaching learning process, because I am thinking about not the machinery and other things. Being a teacher, I have to think about in what way it is useful in a teaching learning process. Then AI should not replace, remember, AI should not replace, as Kulkarni ma'am said, we have to take care of that thing that it cannot rule over human beings. So it should not be replaced, but rather it enhances traditional teaching teaching learning process. So AI should not replace. It is not possible to replace, but rather to enhance traditional teaching learning process. Then even we can consider it as AI has potential to complement the earlier things we are going to have. And another thing I like to mention is that AI is useful in resource constrained environments. I mean, where there is the constraint of environment. For example, as we are working in a purely rural area, remote area, where we can't get resources as you people have available in Pune cities. So here, where there is a constraint over the resources, we can make of AI. And then another thing I want to mention is that if we use it as a combination of AI and human input, then it will be better for our progress. And another thing is that AI should address ethical considerations. After all, ethics are very important in any business. Similarly, in teaching learning process, ethics are very, very important, and AI should stick up to ethical considerations. Now, another thing is that we people should think of long-term effects of artificial intelligence. If we are going to consider transitory or temporary, in what way we people are using AI and like this. So it is very necessary to think long-term effects of AI. That is the fear in my mind. Why I am going to say like this? Because, for example, recently I come across a news, very bold steps initiated by a Sweden government. I quote the example of Sweden government. Sweden government has done one thing, that they kick out the digital classroom and restore the black pencil and notebook in the teaching and learning program. Remember why these things are there. Now, the student from any college, any high school, maybe from rural or urban area, all persons, including we people, are addicted to mobile. And because of this, there is no scope for creativity. As Madam earlier mentioned, what is important? One thing that if we are going to get all these things in ready-made, I think. So why the Sweden government has taken such kind of decision? That is, they kicked out digital classrooms from their classes, and they turned to back book pencil classroom. That is, I mean, traditional methodology. So AI continues to evolve, likely to expand. Yes, it is going to expand and evolving, but we should use AI to empower both the teachers as well as the students. Both the things are very important. And you know very well, it is not necessary to take care of or to fear. We have a fear in mind about the use of AI. As I quote the example, earlier we use mobile handsets, but there are many changes in handsets or communication, and today that mobile or handset has eaten each and everything. For example, we have torch in handset, we have calculator in handset, everything is there. So we know we have no need of using torch differently or calculator differently. We get all in one, that is the handset. And another, recently we have the use of chat GPT, as Kulkarni ma'am rightly mentioned. Using chat GPT, anything is possible. I mean, we can get anything what we want to. If I want to write a report of the today's program, just I'm going to give input to the chat GPT, and I'm going to get the report ready. But that makes human beings weak, feeble, and so on. After all, if we are going to use such kind of chat GPT, our students are unable to write even a simple application later, which is very useful for getting a job. So after all, a coin has two sides. As there are advantages, there are disadvantages. And simply, it depends on the users. In what way we have to use it? Mobile is, if we say it is useful, if not, it is very, very dangerous, because there are so many ideas in our mind, and we try our level best to waste our time in watching the things which are not useful for us. So while concluding, after all, whatever is there invented by people, I mean human beings, how to use it, it depends on the user. And as I have already mentioned, a coin has two sides. That is, AI may be useful and supportive. If we consider one side of the coin, AI is useful and supportive. On the other hand, it makes human beings idle, lazy, weak, feeble, and so on. So I request all the listeners that AI should be used for specific purposes where human beings are not able to get it. And then only we will be able to make the proper use of AI in the life of human beings. And we must be masters. And in the language of, or in the words of Kulkarni ma'am, AI cannot rule human beings. After all, we are the masters. So AI, we cannot deny the importance of AI. Similarly, we have control over the use of AI. At last, I'm very much thankful to the organizers who have given me opportunity to chair this session and expressing my views regarding AI in modern life. So as we are the part and parcel of changing world, we have to accept, or we have to update ourselves with the a changing world. Otherwise, it is well said that the survival of fittest. We have to accept the change and we have to go with the world. That's all. Once again, I'm very much thankful to once again Dr. S.M. Gaikwad, Dr. Rekha Joshi, as well as Dr. Jnanadev Nitwe, Gnaniyacha Raja, one who gave me an opportunity to be here with such a nice gathering. Thank you very much. I think most of the people are very much engrossed in the listening, so they are there. Ma'am, please.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir, for sharing your insights on the use of AI in language learning. While it provides advantages like personalized learning and instant feedback for teachers and students, it also has challenges such as dependence on technology and less human interaction. Thank you, sir. To conclude, I invite Mrs. Kajal Jagtap, Madam, to deliver vote of thanks. Please, Madam.
Good evening, everyone who are present on this virtual dais. I, Kajal Jagtap, would like to extend our sincere thanks to our resource person, Dr. Ranjit Patil sir and Dr. Kulkarni ma'am, insightful for engaging presentation on topic emergence of artificial intelligence and implication of it on the life of an individual. Your expertise has been valuable and we truly appreciate the knowledge shared by you. A big thank you to our session chair, Dr. Anil Dadas sir, for moderating this session and keeping the discussion flowing smoothly. Finally, thanks to the organizing committee for making this session possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam. Thank you all for your participation in the technical sessions. Your valuable insights and discussions have truly enriched this conference. As we now move forward to the concluding part of our event, it is time for the valedictory function, where we reflect on the key takeaways, recognize contributions, and express our gratitude. To take us through this session, I now hand over the proceedings to Tejal Sothe, Madam. Please, Madam. Thank you, everyone.
Good evening, respected dignitaries, esteemed guests, participants, and all present here today. I am Mrs. Tejal Sothe, and it is a great honor for me to welcome you all to the valedictory function of this enriching event. We are gathered here to celebrate the success and culmination of this event. As we come to the conclusion of this wonderful journey, we have a lineup of esteemed speakers and guests who will help us to close this event on a high note. It is my distinct honor and privilege to welcome today's guest of honor, the esteemed principals from our sister colleges who have graciously joined us today for the valedictory function of this online international conference. Their continuous support and dedication to academic excellence have been a source of inspiration for all of us. Please join me in extending a warm welcome to Dr. Sanjay Vaksaure sir, Principal PVG SSDC CSA Nashik, Dr. Manoj Bhalerao sir, Principal PVG COE and SSDIOM Nashik, Dr. Ajay Kumar Pathak sir, Principal PVG COST Mumbai. We are deeply grateful for their presence and valuable contribution to this event. Thank you for being here to celebrate the success of this conference with us. So without further delay, let's get started. To begin the program, I would like to invite Mrs. Rekha Joshi Madam, Vice Principal of PVG's College of Science and Commerce, Pune, to share the concluding remarks for today's session. Please, Madam.
Thank you, Tejal. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed speakers, participants, and distinguished guests. As we approach the end of this enlightening online international conference on emerging trends in commerce and management, economics, information technology, and science, I would like to take a moment to reflect on the invaluable insights we have gained over the past few hours. We have explored a wide range of topics that have given us a deeper understanding of the dynamic and ever-evolving landscapes in commerce, management, information technology, and science. From innovative technological advancements to cutting-edge management practices and emerging trends in commerce, the discussions and presentations have highlighted the remarkable progress and challenges we face in these fields. Our distinguished speakers have not only shared their expertise, but have also ignited thought-provoking conversations, urging us to think critically about the future and the role each of us plays in shaping it. The knowledge shared here will undoubtedly inspire new research, foster collaborations, and pave the way for practical solutions to the challenges facing our industries and societies. We have seen firsthand the power of multidisciplinary collaboration as the intersections of technology, business, and science continue to create opportunities for growth, innovation, and problem solving. The future is bright, and with the collective efforts of professionals, researchers, and thought leaders like you, we can embrace the transformative changes that lie ahead. I would like to extend my heartfelt thanks to all the speakers, participants, and organizers for making this conference a success. Your dedication and contributions have been invaluable, and I am confident that the ideas shared here will continue to inspire us as we move forward in our respective fields. As we conclude, let us carry the knowledge and insights gained during this conference into our work, research, and everyday lives. Let us continue to innovate, collaborate, and drive positive change. Thank you once again for your active participation. We look forward to staying connected and building on the relationships and ideas we have cultivated here today. Wishing you all continued success in your future endeavors. Thank you.
Thank you so much, madam, for those insightful and inspiring words. We now move on to a very special segment of today's function, introducing our chief guest. To do the honors, I would like to call upon Mrs. Ashwini Shinde, Assistant Professor at Pune Vidyarthigruha's College of Science and Commerce, to introduce our esteemed chief guest. Please, madam.
Thank you, madam. Good evening, everyone. I am Assistant Professor Ashwini Shinde, and it is my honor to welcome you all to the valedictory session of this prestigious international conference at Pune Vidyarthigruha's College of Science and Commerce, Pune. Today, we have the privilege of having an esteemed guest with us. Please join me in welcoming Professor Prashant Sharma, the head of the Department of Commerce at Guwahati University. Professor Sharma is not only a distinguished educator, but also has an impressive background. He was formerly a faculty member in the Department of Commerce at Rajiv Gandhi University in Itanagar, Arunachal Pradesh, and has served as the Finance and Accounts Officer for District Primary Education Program, Darang, under the Government of Assam. His teaching expertise covers advanced accounting, research methodology, and project management. Additionally, his research focuses primarily on budgeting and public finance areas in which he has made significant contributions. Professor Sharma has successfully supervised 10 PhD research scholars and has published over 50 research papers in various national and international journals, showcasing his dedication to advancing knowledge in his field. Furthermore, he is closely associated with numerous social organizations, reflecting his commitment not just to academics but also to societal development. Please join me in giving a warm welcome to Professor Prashant Sharma.
Good evening, participants. Let's wait for a minute. Dr. Prashant Sharma is joining soon.
Open. Okay. Yes, I'm listening.
Yes, sir. Please. Okay.
Sharma sir, you can start. So can you unmute yourself?
Okay, now are you listening my voice?
Yes, sir.
Are you listening my voice? Okay. So, dear participant friends, I'm very happy that you have given me this kind of honor to speak specially for this year validity session. And your topic is very interesting. Your topic is emerging trend in commerce, management, information technology. But my question is that when you're discussing about artificial intelligence and the emerging trend in commerce, are you listening my voice properly? I'm asking. Are you listening my voice?
Yes, sir. You are
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
You're listening my voice. You're listening my voice. Okay. So I just want to say that it's a very good thing that we are discussing about emerging trend in commerce, management, information technology. We have to have the adequate knowledge for that, what the terrain of commerce, management, economics, and business world. But at the same time, we are very much interested in what the situation of my nation. What we are doing, it is for our responsibility to our motherland, our nation. And because of that, when you're discussing about the business world, the train of the business world, at the same time, we have to focus what is the present status of my nation. That is very important. That is ultimate our ambition and our aim to know our India, to know our nation. And because of that, I am to say that we are expecting such kind of nation where there will be equitable distribution, prosperity, there will be dignity, security, opportunity for the people. Then we can say it is a developed India. Not by saying about GDP, our India is developed. No, India will be developed, India will be progress when there will be equitable distribution, sustainable development, and equal opportunity with dignity, then you can see our nation is developed with emerging trend of business and commerce. And in this line, I have to say that we have to think for global competitiveness. With this knowledge of business trend and business economics, we have to promote ourselves for global competition. And in this line, we expect that our development should be such that it will be good for poverty reduction. It will be good for creating better job opportunity, enhance income, reducing economic disparity. And now with this question, what is our status? We need to have improved infrastructure. In absence of improved infrastructure and improved road transportation, road connectivity, power supply, digital connectivity, this kind of discussion will not be working. We need to have improved infrastructure. And if I see our economic development, our growth rate, our expectation is 8%. But last year, our growth rate, the GDP growth rate was 6.8%. So we have to work hard for development of our nation. Our GDP, China's GDP is 5.33 times more than our GDP. And GDP of United States is 7.51 times more than our GDP. So that scenario tells us that we have to work more, we have to make a race for a long time. But we have the expectation, as per the RBI, SBI economic report, India will be third largest economy in 2027. What kind of growth is going on in India? Again, this changing trend of business and commerce. And we can expect that our India will be the third largest economy in 2027. And we expect that as per the investment of Bank Goldman Sachs in 2025, India will be the second largest economy. It is expectation. It is expectation. So we have the hope, we have the scope for that. And government is also giving importance for infrastructure development, like Gati Shakti Yojana budget. Their target is 110 lakh crore. Under the Gati Shakti budget target, government is giving, that means target for 110 lakh crore for infrastructure development, development of railway, development of airport, development of navy, etc. So railway infrastructure, under this railway infrastructure, I have to say, we have the concept of bullet train, Vande Bharat train, Novo Bharat train, Amrit Bharat train. These are different kind of idea we have for promotion, for our economic development or economic promotion. So that is very good thing. So next, I have to say, if I see that the government effort for road connectivity, it is very hopeful. We are expecting more. It is very promising one, because in 2014 and 15, road transportation, higher road transportation connectivity is only 91,000 kilometers. In 2014-15, it was only 91,000 kilometers. But in last 9 years, it is increased another 50,000 kilometers. Now our total higher road connectivity is 1,45,000 kilometers. Rural road part is developed 53,000 kilometers. Aspiration for us that we are promoting, we have the scope for further development. And in this case, I have to say another thing, that every day there is increasing road transportation, which is a very promising one. And along with the road connectivity, there is a increasing connectivity of port, airway, and water transportation also. That is also a very good thing for us. But one thing is that all this kind of road connectivity and infrastructure development, we expect a quality of life, equality and justice, and education and skill. But many times there is a mismatch between educated person and skilled person. We have education, but there is a mismatch between education and skill. So to take the advantage of emerging trend of business, we need to have a proper balancing of skilled people, resourceful people with economic development. And we need to give more importance for innovation and development. Without having the technological development, technological advancement in our side, we cannot promote with the changing trend of business and commerce. And similarly, there is a bridging the digital transportation. Digitally, you are divided. Somebody is in a position to access the digital opportunity, somebody not in a position to access the digital opportunity. That division should be avoided. somebody is very rich in digital connectivity and somebody is very poor. That kind of division must be eliminated. Then we can expect there will be equitable development. And when we're discussing about the equitable development, at the same time, question of climate threat also come, climate change also come. So we have to focus more for environmental sustainability or eco-friendly development. So we have to must adopt sustainable practice to combat with climate change. Similarly, we need to give importance for efficient utilization of resources, national resources. National resources should be utilized such a way there should be a minimum degradation of environment, minimum wastage of environmental resources. There should have efficient utilization of your natural resources. Then we can expect that it is eco-friendly development will be possible in our strategy and in our practice. So that is why I'm telling these things. Next, I have to say about there is another thing we find the rural-urban balances. When we're discussing about business development or changing economic trend, many times we forget about that. We could not focus properly that there is a gap between rural area and urban area. So if this business trend or artificial intelligence promote us more and more, but there is more gap between rural and urban, that development will not work properly. That development will not give us proper peace and proper happiness. Therefore, we have to meet the gap of rural and urban balances. And we have to give more importance for social harmony. That is a very important. And another thing that through this development process, we find that India is very rich for youth empowerment. We have very prominent youth empowerment. We have very intelligent and very talented youth population. So we have to utilize this youth strength with proper education, proper gist of entrepreneurship development, proper sense of entrepreneurship, that means culture. Then we can expect that our youth can make a proper sense to our nation. And as a developed India, India can play a very significant role for addressing global challenges like poverty, health crisis, environmental sustainability with our young generation and young people potentiality. That is a very important thing what I am to say. So actually, Mr. Organizer, he told me that I have to spend only 15 minutes. So I become a little bit fast to speak about that because I have to cover within the stipulated time. And so I'm sorry for that. I'm very much fast for presenting my information. So at the same time, I have to say that we have the brighter future for global leadership by our organized activity and organized utilization of resources. But at the same time, we put more focuses in our challenges. First challenges, we find that our unemployment problem, our technology, this global trend or business trend is not successful yet to absorb our young generation properly. Majority of young people, they are job seeker. They are not job giver. They are not in a position to build their own business. They always searching job. They are always searching job. That mentality and that attitude need to be changed. And that is a very important things what I'm to say. Similarly, we are to say that income inequality, that is a challenges. When there is a disparity of income, our development will not bring social peace and social harmony and social happiness. So that development is meaningless, which will not contribute in overall happiness and peace. I am giving only those development which give us peace, community harmony, community, that means happiness. Otherwise, that development is meaningless. And because of that, I am to say, along with this kind of progress, we have to give importance for income equality, proper informal economy should be developed properly. We have another concept of informal economy. So we need to focus more on informal economy. Our government cannot touch properly this informal economic side. Researcher, teacher, and academician need to focus more informal economy. I find so many women, they are also producing, but they are not registered. They have the potentiality to produce. They should be recognized. They are far from this kind of AI application, artificial intelligence application. Not only artificial intelligence, they are far from application of digital connectivity, but they are producing more things. They have talent to produce. They are very good in food processing work. They are very good in your handloom and textile or other this kind of cottage industrial product. But what happened? Our system is such that we could not touch them. We have to think about that, how they will come to our this kind of parameter, with this kind of our this kind of perspective of economic development for promoting this kind of the economic promoting their economic contribution. We have to access their service. We have to know them by proper survey and research. And another thing is the slow industrial growth. Our manufacturing and industrialization is not a rapid one yet in some remote area. And that is another challenges for our progress. And rapid urbanization, but there is no progress in rural area. That is a challenge for imbalance between rural and urban area. So at the same time, we have the problem of nutrition and health facility, particularly healthcare services. These are very important. Low literacy rate. And there is a need of a proper concept. What is education, educated people, and what is the skilled people? We need more skilled people than so-called educated people. So we have to promote skilled person more, who can contribute for economic progress or economic development. That is a very important factor I have to say about that. Lastly, I have to say there is a distress in between farmer because of the low productivity and prices. Our farmer can produce more. They are producing more. In Assam also, I have found, and in the Northeast and a different corner, our farmer is they have potentiality. They can produce more. They are not getting market. They are not getting good price. These are very much serious problem. And there is lack of diversification among them for production. They are producing one or two type item. They do not have market concept. So these are the very important thing. With the people of commerce team, we have to work more. For this producer and for agricultural farmer, they need to have proper concept for marketability, and they need to have proper concept how to make a bridge between production and market. Otherwise, this kind of trend of business, emerging trend of business and commerce, though we are discussing about, that will not contribute my nation if we are not organized for that, and we do not think properly for that. And that is my statement for the organizer. I just try to conclude by this way, and thank you the participant, thank you the organizer and participant friend. That is my statement. Okay. Thank you so much. Are you listening my voice? Hello? Are you listening my voice?
Yes, sir.
Are you listening my
Yes, sir.
voice?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Nandev Nitte, he told me that to speak within 15 minutes. How much time I have covered, I don't know. Mostly it is within 15 minutes. Is it within 15 minutes?
Sorry, sir.
So I have been given 15 minutes, but I informed that it may be 20 minutes or 15 minutes.
Yes,
Okay
sir.
then. Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Sharma, sir, for your inspiring address. Your words have truly been enlightening. Moving forward, we would like to hear some participants' remarks. Please welcome Dr. Vasant Boroste, sir, KTHM College, Nashik, to share his thoughts with us. Please, sir.
Yes, sir. Am I audible? Yes, yes. Thank you.
Boraste, sir.
Yes, sir. Hello, everyone.
Yes.
Hello. I am Dr. Vasant Boraste, BOS member of Savitribai Phule Pune University and Vice Principal of KTHM College, Nashik. First of all, thank you, all of you, for giving me such an opportunity. Honorable guests, respected faculty members, distinguished speakers, and dear participants. A very warm welcome to each one of you at this esteemed, esteemed one-day online international multidisciplinary conference on commerce, management, economics, information and technology and science, which is organized by Department of Commerce and Management at Pune Vidyarthi College of Commerce and Science. It is an honor and a privilege to stand before you today and address such a distinguished gathering of scholars, academicians, researchers, and professionals from various fields. This conference really represents a unique opportunity to foster intellectual discourse, exchange of innovative ideas, and build bridges across the disciplines. Since morning, I am listening the various sessions, which is organized by PVG College Pune. The beauty of this program is, first of all, this is the online multidisciplinary mode program. So it is very useful to each one of the participants from all over the globe. The fees is very less, though it is useful for the researcher as well as student, as well as the teachers and the academicians from all over the globe. So fees from point of view, it's a very useful program. Third one is the registration process was very user-friendly, which is the credit of the organizing team. And reply from the organizer was very fast. Before I conclude, I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to the organizing committee, faculty members, principal of this college, vice principal, and my friend Dr. Nandev Nitve, who have been worked tirelessly to make this event a grand success. Sir, your hard work and dedications are deeply appreciated. I'm also thankful to our esteemed participants for taking the time to join us today and making this event globally a successful event. One more thing that from my college, from the 22 faculty members, out of that, 14 faculty members, some of our researchers, some of our teachers have been actively participated in this online conference program. So my wishes to all of you for the best wishes for you for the future. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Boraste, sir, for your valuable remarks. Now, I would like to invite Vaishali Sheth, Madam, Research Scholar, Shivaji University, and faculty in Narmada College of Management, Bharuch, affiliated to Gujarat Technical University, Ahmedabad, to come forward and share her experiences with us. Please, ma'am.
I'm really thankful to the organizers for giving me this platform. This is my concluding remarks. As we bring this conference to a close, it is clear that conference titled One Day Online International Multidisciplinary Conference on Commerce Management, Economics, IT, and Science has addressed multifaceted issues that requires a very comprehensive and nuanced approach. Conference key address note by Professor Rajendra Kumar Dubey, followed by industry expert Dr. Niharika Singh from abroad, demonstrated how sustainability in practice in the business is very important. Dr. Dubey sir has already given some examples through Rajasthan that how they are applying it in their life. Besides that, Dr. Singh Madam has stated through her PPTs and examples how sustainability can be implemented into banking sectors. So indeed, both of them, they have emphasized the need for the sustainability in all the eras of the life. As we have built up momentum here, let us come together and work collaboratively to address such kind of challenges and seize the opportunities that are there for the businesses, economics, IT, and science. I would also like to congratulate all the participants as well as the presenters for their outstanding delivery at the conference. Indeed, the platform provided by the organizers was essential platform to the participants to present their research papers and emerge with greater insights on the subject from the session chairs. The valuable guidance was provided through session chairs. I would also like to appreciate the organizers teaching and non-teaching staff for their tireless efforts. You all have worked diligently to bring this conference to fruition. Your dedication and experience have created a meaningful platform for discussion and knowledge sharing. Three cheers to the organizers of this program for making this event a grand success. The whole conference went on without any kind of disturbances, either technical as well as non-technical. It was seamless execution as per my experience. Rather, since inception of the conference till the conclusion, the whole experience was very enriching, adding to the knowledge base and also giving some inputs for the future. So pathfinder kind of stuff. I'm very happy to be the part of such an academic gathering where enriching experiences were shared by the organizers, speakers, dignitaries, and participants during the conference. We look forward for such kind of more sessions from PVG. Thanks a lot and congratulations. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Vaishali madam, for your wonderful words. We appreciate your insights. Now, it's time to introduce our session chair for today's final session. I would like to call upon Mrs. Poonam Kane madam to introduce our esteemed session chair. Please, madam.
Thank you, Tejal madam, and good evening, everyone. I am Mrs. Poonam Kane, Assistant Professor, Pune Vidyarthi Grihas, College of Science and Commerce, Pune. It's my honor to introduce today's session chair for valedictory function, Honorable Dr. Kishore Nikam sir. Dr. Kishore Nikam sir is Chairman of Board of Studies, Banking, Finance and Insurance at Savitribai Phule Pune University, Pune. The member of both Academic Council of Savitribai Phule Pune University, Pune and the Board of Studies, Maharashtra Academy of Engineering, Pune. Sir is currently working as the head of the Department of Commerce at Dr. D.Y. Patil Arts, Commerce and Science College, Pimpri, and formerly principal at Dr. D.Y. Patil's Arts, Commerce and Science College, Akurdi. Dr. Nikam holds 18 different academic degrees, including PhD, SET-NET, CA Final, MBA, MCOM, LLB, and PGDBM, among others. Sir has received 3 national and 2 state-level awards, along with an international award from Global Research Conference Forum, Thailand in year 2020. Dr. Nikam has authored 51 books and written 54 national and international level research papers. Despite his strong educational background, Dr. Nikam has pursued leisure activities such as being a member of Screenwriters Association of India and singer for Satsang TV, Shubha TV, Sanskar TV, and Rakhini Studios. Now, I request Honorable Dr. Kishore Nikam sir to take the dais. Thank you.
Thank you, madam, for introducing me. First of all, I would like to congratulate PVG for conducting international conference on such burning topic, that emerging trends. Am I audible? Please tell me somebody. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Yes,
You are audible.
Yes, sir. Okay. So as I am the last person to speak in this conference, so I have been given 15 to 20 minutes. So I will try to conclude my speech within this 15 to 20 minutes. And I will try my level best to bring out the emerging trends in commerce, management, economics, information technology and science also. Friends, if you will see the couple of decades, last decade especially, the things had undergone tremendous change in the world. If you will see our personal life also, how it had been changed after the introduction of an internet in the year 1994, then came mobiles in the hands of all the citizens of the world, I will say. And then came Android. And Android had changed the pace and pattern of general life of people. and then industrial, government, all sectors it had impacted. And in today's date, in today's scenario, if we'll see, artificial intelligence and data science is going to change the pace and pattern of industries, human life, beyond one's imagination. Today, even we cannot imagine what changes we are going to face in next 5 to 10 years. Friends, if you'll see digital trends in commerce, we can find out that fintech apps like Paytm, Google Pay, then Phone Pay, we are making minutely payments from these fintech apps through our mobiles only. So it had impacted banking sector. Now there is no visitors into banks. Everything is online. Okay, very important trend it is. Now Amazon has started its bookstore, but use online shopping trends to become one of the biggest companies in the world. This is one of the examples I would like to tell you. Then JioMart allows people to order groceries on WhatsApp. So if we need groceries, we can just send one WhatsApp message and everything will be at home. So people need not visit malls or grocery shops in today's date. Now, sustainable and green business practices is another important issue to be discussed in this conference. More companies are thinking about the environment. They are using eco-friendly packaging, solar power and recycling techniques. So it is the need of the time. So recycling and solar power. Friends, artificial intelligence and automation in business operations, if we will see, it has gone our own imagination, how it is working, how it is going on. Okay. So businesses use artificial intelligence to improve customer service and manage inventory also. Chatbots, self-checkout systems, then smart warehouses are common today. In today's date, all industries are taking advantage of these facilities. Okay. Then if you will see emerging trends in management, data-driven decision making is going on today. Companies collect and analyze big data to make better decisions. They track customer preferences, sales trends and market conditions to improve their services. Simple example I will give you. Everybody is learned person in this conference. Even various professors are there across the globe, and even students are there. Even I think it is important to be discussed that when we chat on WhatsApp on particular issue with our friend or someone, okay, then we get notifications about the same product when we visit Instagram or Facebook. Clear? It is what you can say beauty or negativity. It depends upon all of you what to say about it. That when we are saying something, we are surfing something in Google and we are getting notifications about the advertisement of that particular product. This is an impact of artificial intelligence. Now, this our life is not our life in today's day, frankly speaking. What we know about ourselves, Google knows at least twice, thrice more than us. What are our habits, what we are doing, what we like, what we dislike, everything is with the companies like Google. Now, Netflix, I will give you a simple example. Netflix recommends the audience that you can watch this web series or this movie because you have watched the previous content. It provides you a reference. This is tracking of customer preferences. It is happening. The companies like Amazon Web Services providing the telecasting facility for the Netflix or Amazon Prime or Hotstar, like now Jio has taken over Hotstar, you know. Then came hybrid work culture. After COVID-19, many companies had provided an opportunity to their employees to work from home. All of you know the ifs and buts of work from home. So on one hand, companies are saving their cost cutting tool. It is one type of, I will say. And employees are also getting liberty to work from home whenever they are feasible, they are doing their work. This is one thing. So this is hybrid work culture had been developed. Now, the company like TCS, Tata Consultancy Services, is adopting 20 by 25 by 25 model. Means 25% employees will remain in the organization and 75% will be working from home. This is the present model of TCS. Then I will say emotional intelligence in leadership. Emotional intelligence in leadership is what? Empathy, communication skills, and teamwork is the major focus in leadership. Basically, leadership is what? It's a position of power provided to an individual, which provides him an opportunity to influence the attitudes and behaviors of his followers. So leadership is very important for leading a company. The CEOs which are powerful, that companies are now making good profits in today's date, we'll see. Microsoft CEO Satya Nadella focuses on empathy, helping the company grow by supporting employees and customers. So if the employees are happy, that organization grows rich day by day. And the organization in which the employees are not happy, then it faces problems with the passage of time. This is an experience of industry. Then if you will see emerging trends in economics, digital currencies, all of you know. Cryptocurrencies like Bitcoin term, we are listening from last 13-14 years, I think, or more than that. Nobody was interested in Bitcoins because it came as virtual currency and there was no backup, no security was given to the funds invested into Bitcoins. And if you will see the price hike in Bitcoins, 100 rupees, 500 rupees, it had gone into lakhs of rupees, more than 25 lakhs. Nowadays, Government of India had started charging tax on virtual currencies. The taxpayers are announced, government has announced for the taxpayers that they should declare if any digital currencies they are having, and if they are dealing in such digital currencies, they shall declare to the government, Department of Income Tax, and they shall pay the tax accordingly. India has launched Digital Rupee pilot project. Okay, so if that project gets success, our economy will be totally cashless if digital rupee comes into being for all the citizens of the country. Okay, then globalization versus localization, if we will see. What is globalization? Globalization is an integration of different economies of the world to the point of view of 4 parameters. Labor, free exchange of labor, free exchange of capital, free exchange of technology, and free exchange of goods and services. That was the major goal of globalization, and many countries have succeeded because trade barriers had been reduced or withdrawn by various member countries of United Nations Organization after 1991. And now import-export, if you will see on international level, international trade had got a tremendous growth. And almost all countries had been benefited by this. Then comes gig economy. Friends, you would have heard about gig economy. Gig economy is what? The company is providing time to the employees on the basis of their own comfort. For example, the companies like Zomato, Swiggy, or Upwork, or Fiverr, these companies are providing employees to work as per their free time. And they are doing well, they are earning well In today's date, if you'll see, I met with many students who are doing part-time job for Zomato and Swiggy. So they are earning 25,000 per month by working 4 or 5 hours as a part-time job. So this is gig economy. So no employer-employee relationship will be there as it is like there for other industries. But it will be a very virtual and temporary relationship of employer-employee. This is gig economy concept. Then emerging trends in information technology, if we'll see, artificial intelligence and machine learning. You would have heard a lot in today's conference about it, because I had seen various resource persons who were from computer and IT background having good experience. So would have heard much regarding artificial intelligence. I also tried to bring to your satisfaction something about AI. Now AI is used in healthcare, customer services, finance, and even entertainment. It helps businesses work faster and smarter. AI-powered chatbots like ChatGPT. Now everybody is using ChatGPT today. And I am sure that everyone amongst you would have heard about DeepSeek. Okay, so DeepSeek has challenged AI, which is OpenAI. DeepSeek is developed by China, and AI is already published by United States. You would have heard in news, you would have seen videos about it, how DeepSeek had snatched the market of OpenAI, as DeepSeek had claimed that within no time they are preparing the data with minimum cost, they are providing maximum output to the users. So this is also one of the important happenings on international level. Okay. Then cloud computing and cybersecurity. Cloud computing had given opportunity to the industries to save their data on clouds instead of maintaining big servers. So it is reducing the cost of the companies to maintain the servers, as well as data protection was one of the important issues which had been very much taken care of by cloud computing. Cybersecurity, all of us know the type of cyber crimes and cyber terrorism which is going on. But various options are nowadays available for cybersecurity. Then, as I told, Amazon Web Services and Azure, these companies are providing platform to the apps like Netflix, which are providing you movies relating to web series, films, serials like. Then role of IT in business and commerce, if you will see, fintech apps like, as I said, Paytm, e-banking, then PhonePe, Google Pay, these apps are helping a lot to the market for sellers and buyers also within no time, because one point of time you all of you could recall in the times of COVID-19, people were standing for a number of hours in a bank. So that was a ridiculous scenario, and Paytm and all fintech apps had changed the scenario. Now everybody is very comfortable in making payments through these apps. But it has one disadvantage that also I would like to say to all of you. The day from which we are habitual to payment by this e-banking or Paytm or PhonePe and Google Pay, we are expending much. We are not coming to know where our bank balance is going on and how it is expended within no time. Then emerging trends in science, if you will see, biotechnology example, if you will see, new medicines and improvement in agriculture, gene editing technology you can say, or genetic engineering. These are the new trends, emerging trends in biotechnology. The CRISPR technology of especially microbiology is used to treat sickle cell anemia, offering hope for a permanent cure. So this is also one of the important developments in science. Then space exploration, if you will say, you would have heard about Elon Musk, the SpaceX company, which is owned by Elon Musk, and Blue Origin, are making space travel more affordable. Now, space tourism is new concept. Can you imagine? Elon Musk had already planned to send people on Mars, opening new opportunities for space research. This is a great development. Clear? The recent news in last week you would have seen. Sunita Williams had been brought after 286 days from the space, and big credit goes to these people, those who had been successful to bringing them on the earth. Okay. Then renewable energy innovations are also important to be discussed in this conference. See, India's Reva Ultra Mega Solar Park is very, very much welcome development. It is one of the largest solar power plants helping to reduce carbon emissions. We are already very much suffering from carbon emissions. If the rules and regulations relating to carbon emissions by industries, especially chemical, pharmaceutical industries, if you will see, it is also one of the burning topics. It is very terrible topic. So I hope in coming times, the things will be changed with this changed technology. Then impact on society and industry, if we will discuss. Amazon uses robots in its warehouses to handle their materials. So maybe after 5 years, we are discussing today emerging trends, but robotics had achieved such great heights that it had reduced the role of a human being and labor to the tremendous extent. That is one of the important things I would like to say to all of you. In one of the institutes in Bangalore, you would have seen that news, that only robo is teaching all the subjects students are learning. They are providing replies, assignment, projects, examinations, and everything is handled by robotics. So this is beyond our own imagination. I am afraid what will be the role of teachers in coming times after 5-10 years, what teachers are going to do. I think only that teachers, those who are very powerful by knowledge, they will survive. Others will have to struggle a lot. Okay. Then ethical considerations and data privacy, if you will see. That is one much discussed issue. You would have seen the news relating to Facebook, that data stealing. Simply we are going to the trips, we are making reels, we are putting on the Facebook, clear. And that data is simply on social networking sites, so it is visible to everybody. And even companies also taking the benefit of it. They are using it for their advertisement purposes. They find out our likes and dislikes through these simple things which we do not think, I think, before posting such things on social networking websites like WhatsApp or Facebook or Instagram or Twitter and so on, X. In summary, technology, sustainability, and digital transformation are shaping our future. To succeed, I will say we must stay informed and adapt to these changes, whatever is going on around us. This is the time we need to change ourselves because the world is changing very, very rapidly. And if we will be stagnant, then it will be difficult for us to stay in the market, to stay in the competition. As I said at the inception, various students are also attending this conference. And throughout the day, I had seen the way various speakers had laid down their views about emerging trends. I think it is very fruitful conference. I would like to congratulate PVG Group, all the board of directors, trustees, Dr. Sanjay Gaikwad, principal, very experienced person, and Dr. Gnandev Nitwe, who has taken great efforts for this conference. 270 research papers are going to be published through this conference. This is very appreciable thing on my part. Entire staff of PVG, like Rekha Joshi madam and all the teachers working there, they have taken great efforts and making it successful. And Nitwe, Dr. Nitwe is having good network, so he's very sharp. I think I should give best wishes to all of you, all the participants, all the teachers and students who have attended this conference. I would like to congratulate them. Last but not least, I would like to thank the organizers for providing me an opportunity to be a part of it and to provide my views on emerging trends. Thank you. Thank you, all of you.
Thank you, Dr. Nikam sir, for your presence and leadership. We are grateful for your valuable participation today. As we near the end of today's event, I would like to request Mrs. Rekha Joshi Madam, our conference convener, to deliver the vote of thanks. Let's welcome her with a big round of applause.
Thank you, madam. Good evening, one and all. Respected dignitaries, esteemed speakers, distinguished guests, and dear participants. As we come to the conclusion of this enriching one-day international multidisciplinary conference on emerging trends in commerce and management, economics, information technology, and science, it is my honor and privilege to propose the vote of thanks on behalf of the organizing committee. First and foremost, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to our distinguished speakers from across the globe who shared their invaluable insights, thought-provoking ideas, and cutting-edge research with us today. Your expertise has illuminated various aspects of our theme and has provided us with new perspectives to explore. A special note of appreciation to our chief guests and keynote speakers for gracing this occasion with their presence and for their inspiring words, which have set the tone for meaningful discussions throughout the day. I would also like to sincerely thank our panelists, session chairs, subject experts, and moderators for paper presentation sessions who meticulously steered the discussions and ensured that the sessions were engaging, insightful, and fruitful. A big thank you to all our participants, researchers, and academicians who joined us from different corners of the world. Your enthusiastic engagement, thoughtful questions, and active discussions have made this conference a true success. I must also express my gratitude to our supporting sister institutions and academic partners for their invaluable cooperation and support, which played a crucial role in making this event possible. Further, I thank our conference chair, Dr. S.M. Gaikwad sir, advisory board members, college head, respected Dr. R.S. Kamble sir, and organizing committee for their unwavering support and guidance in planning and executing this event successfully. Behind every successful event, there is a dedicated team working tirelessly, and I extend my sincere thanks to our conference coordinators, IQSC coordinator, organizing committee, and volunteers for their unwavering efforts. A heartfelt thanks to my fellow colleagues, including teaching and non-teaching staff members and volunteers. Last, but of course not the least, my deepest appreciation goes to my technical team for their relentless efforts behind the scenes to ensure the smooth execution of this virtual event. From coordinating logistics to handling technology, your dedication has been instrumental in making this event possible. A big shout out to our technical team for ensuring a seamless and glitch-free online experience for all attendees and making this conference a grand success. As we conclude, let us carry forward the knowledge we have gained today and continue to explore the emerging trends that shape the future of our respective fields. We look forward to staying connected and collaborating in future endeavors. Thank you all once again for being a part of this incredible academic journey. With gratitude in our hearts, we close this chapter today, but the journey of learning and discovery continues. Stay safe, stay inspired, and keep innovating. Thank you.
Thank you, madam, for your gracious vote of thanks. It has been a pleasure to have you with us throughout this event. And with that, we come to the conclusion of the valedictory function. Let's conclude this conference with national song.
Vande Mataram, Vande Mataram, Sujala ज्योत्स्ना पुलकितयामिनी पुल्लकुसुमित द्रुमदलशोभिनी सुहासिनी सुमधुरभाषिणी सुखदां वरदां मातरं वन्दे मातरम् वन्दे मातरम्
Thank you everyone and have a wonderful evening ahead. Thank you so much.